I feel like I'm on time. I feel like I'm on time. As expected, within the time frame that I gave, 25-30 minutes. I don't think that was too bad. I was supposed to finish this thing before Thanksgiving. That's crazy. It seems like that obviously didn't happen. All right, girly back home safe. I'm back home safe. We are prepared for greatness. We are prepared to see what Kafalis is up to. Let's take a look. Are we back? Is the camera working? Everything's working? I see you. I see you as well. Girly's nice and tucked in now. That's true. Nice and tucked in, just as they all deserve to be. Now we can get moving. Well, she's clicking. Well, there's a lot of shit here.
My issue is the transfer.
She lost her place. It's over.
Here's where things got confusing. So despite him saying that he never wanted to talk about this again, when I decided to escalate this into a campaign to get Cloudflare to drop kiwi farms, he actually retweeted that I was organizing a protest in front of the Cloudflare office in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I respect him for that. But here's the thing. It wasn't until I was winning and had the press on my side that he changed his position. This was an optics move on his part. That's why
Hasan supported drop kiwi farms. Is it that she was winning, or was it that she was doing more than just like talking about it online, really, or doing like a protest, right? Because at this point, I feel like there's like no winning with Hasan here, if you believe that already. Because if he never retweeted it, you'd be like, he never wanted to support something good, and if he did retweet it, then you're like, he's only doing it for clout, right? So I think it's like he just doesn't want it to be talked about in his community, because there are more problems that can come from that. But obviously he would support her doing something that he believes would be good, right? I mean, he even said that like she was doing something good. He just doesn't want it to be a part of the community, because I mean, like you are still bringing stuff into your community by doing that too. But you know, I mean, he's I don't know. I feel like it's for me. What I personally do is that I feel like it's just how do I say this? I feel like it's I guess I like to assume better of people than that. If you can chalk it up to something other than just being like a malevolent force looking to make as much money as possible and like fuck over trans people and minorities as much as possible, I just think it's I don't know, or just be shitty to minorities and then make as much money off as possible, right? I just feel like I wouldn't go that far, but I don't know. Let's see if she has more.
Why he supported it. It was clout brain. He was the clout chaser. And I was.
But because here's the thing, like, do you believe that Hasan wouldn't have retweeted her holding a protest at Cloudflare's headquarters, even if the general consensus of people was that Keffels was wrong here, right? It just depends on, do you believe that he would still retweet it, or do you believe that if she was losing, he wouldn't retweet it, right? I personally feel like he would. I feel like Hasan's the type of guy to hop on that type of stuff, or at least just like give her a retweet, right? Because all we're talking about right now is just a retweet, really.
I was a trauma victim. I was the victim of a hate crime. And on that note, I want to talk about the consequences of letting the trolls win. Because if I followed Hasan's advice, I would have shut the fuck up. I would have just slinked away. I would have let all of those bad things happen to me. But you know what came out of following through? You know what came out of following through with all of the things that I did? through all of the pain, all of the fear. I disagree with the news. The articles that say that the officers investigated themselves and they found that they acted appropriately. But as a response to what happened, to making it as public as I did, some huge things changed. Because of me coming forward with everything, Canada now has a national swatting database. It did not before. Because I spoke up publicly, this is a thing that will help every single Canadian swatting victim in the future. And if I followed the advice of Hasan Piker and just ignored it, didn't go public, that wouldn't have happened. As a result of this incident, London's chief said a new system was put in place to flag locations or persons who have been the subjects of previous swattings. The information is maintained in a national database and available to any officer throughout the country to help guide the level of response. And because of talking about this and making this as public as I did, the police were pressured into updating their policies around transgender people in my hometown. Now, do I think this is going to stop every incident in the future from happening? No. But the fact that I actually went forward with it, despite people telling me not to, I changed things on a local level, I changed things on a national level, that is going to help countless people. Now,
Oh, okay. I was waiting for her to finish her argument. Okay, yeah, that's great. I think that's all fantastic and great. I don't think anybody else would say that that's like not great, except for just giga transphobes, right? I just don't. My thing is like, sure, cool, but also, she said herself that this is a unique. This was a unique type of swatting here, and if you and you can't expect this type of response from local law enforcement for every minority that comes forward with this type of stuff, right? And so if that's the case, if I'm just going, once again, I'll just give information to like give advice to a friend. It's not like take care of yourself first would be the number one thing that I would say. And if you can get something good for other people out of this, then obviously that's great as well. So yeah, that's just my, I don't know, it's just my opinion. I just don't think that this I don't know, I just don't think this is no, you guys know what I mean? That the consequences of this happening of like having a national swatting database and all this type of stuff, that's great. And I don't think anybody would say that that's not great, but the idea that that's how, you know, all these situations are going to go is just, I feel like that's, I don't believe that's true. And you should take care of yourself first. Because the reason why is because I feel like when this type of stuff happens, it makes an expectation that minorities now have to become like a political martyr or a political actor for their own race or ethnicity or like, you know, group of people, their own demographic, when that's just not true. Not everybody has to be has to join in with this type of stuff, not because like, you know, they'd all be bad at it, but just because a lot of people just want to live a normal life, right? And so yeah, I would just tell I would tell my friends to just take care of yourself first, honestly. And I feel like that's what a lot of them were saying, is just take care of yourself first. And a lot of problems that can come from this might not be worth it. Now in Kofalos' case, it seemed like it was worth it to continue on with this, but that's not everybody's situation that they're going to be in. I mean, how many stories of like minorities being like screwed over by other people or the police or something, and it actually leads to literally nothing. It's not that it's like I mean, so many of those stories, and even more that you don't even know of, which is all bad and terrible, and that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. It just means, but if we're going to talk about how like this advice that they gave her is fundamentally incorrect and also possibly even rooted in transphobia, I'm just not sure if what we've seen so far holds up to that level of scrutiny.
Never got to happen. And this was posted to the Kiwi Farms homepage. Blocked. What happened? Due to an imminent and emergency threat to human life, the content of this site is blocked from being accessed through Cloudflare's infrastructure. Here was Hasan's second response.
These are people who made it their lives mission because they're really fucking sick, depraved, twisted, in an awful circumstance themselves. Oftentimes, they make it their lives mission to like...
You know, the thing about this is that I didn't even cover this story. Mostly because I didn't necessarily know what to say about it. And we don't cover every single hate crime to ever exist. We just don't do that, right? And so I didn't cover it. So I don't know necessarily everything about it, but yeah. But Hasan say, I thought he just said to generally not bring it up and to not, if you get swatted, which is fair. Yeah, but she wants to make the argument here. Okay. I think one thing that she's missing is that like direct definitive thing that would like just nail Hasan here, because what she's brought up is the original response from Hasan, the response of Hasan's mods, which are worse than him, the response of some people in Hasan's community, which are also worse than him, which some of them were worse than him. There were some people in Hasan's community, or just like being a part of his community in spaces where a lot of his community is, who are being like super shitty and terrible, transphobic and like just generally awful to Keffel. So she's going to bring that up of like corroborating what's the word I'm looking for here, adjacent information to prove her point about he's been mean to trans people before. He gave me this information, he gave me this opinion that I feel like would lead to worse results. I got good results with the path that I personally took. He gave me praise for the path that I took in public after he said to take a different path in private. He then decided not to talk about it much ever again, while still sometimes on other platforms supporting the work that I was doing. Right? And then he's been mean to trans people. He's been mean to people in his community before, and great things happen from the stuff that I was able to do, and all of that wrapped up into Hasan being a bad person and possibly having transphobic opinions, right? Yeah, like Hasan having a bad character and giving bad opinions to minorities, I guess. Hello.
Ruin other people. They make it their lives mission to hurt other people as best as they can through repeated online cyberbullying. Okay? They were trying to do everything they can to get trans people to kill themselves. And they were successful on numerous occasions. Occasions that they also...
It really disgusts me that he would say all this now, but then back then, he was just telling everyone to shut up. It went so far that immediately following the swatting, I was banned as a topic of discussion in his Discord server. The victim of a hate crime.
So openly promoted, like they saw that as a W. Until it was brought to the forefront by Keffels. Let's be real, okay? Let's be clear. Right now, this website is for really designated, dedicated weirdos, right? For real dedicated fucking weirdos. But not having this website makes it even less accessible. It makes it harder to regulate, certainly, but it also makes it even less accessible. So you have to be like really just like fucking invested in this. Like absolutely incredibly invested in this. Be able to find it, to seek it out. Because Kiwi Farms made it accessible to join in.
Yeah, like no shit. But it's frustrating because once the press was really big, he suddenly changed his tune.
They're a private company and they privately decided, you know what, it's in our best interest not to fucking host it. So why are you still sucking that private company's cock? Or why are you still attacking the private company? I'm sorry that like the fucking doxing swatting website was taken down. I'm sorry that harms your...
Remember? Never... The same Hasan who was like, never talk about this fucking ever again, is now being a cheerleader.
Free speech sensibilities that do not even really exist either. They're a private company and they...
But this, of all of the things that he said in his response, was the most tragic. Because Hasan predicted my future. But I didn't think it would come from his community.
Or some shit like that. But that's what these guys do. They know how it works. They know how misinformation works. They know that people will be motivated. They want to make sure that you are just like not a good person to be around. Because no one wants that stench. No one wants that stink on them. No one wants like a psychotic fan base of designated hate watchers to constantly be monitoring your every movement. That's how they take away your allies. That's how they take away your friends. That's how they make you like a pariah, even if you've done nothing wrong.
Now, if you've been following with my content recently, and you watched the stream that is now labeled on my channel, "This needs to fucking stop." A big part of the reason I had a spiral and that I needed to go to rehab, it wasn't just Kiwi Farms. It was because of people in his community. It was because of big leftist content creators who didn't do the research and took the bait from sock puppet accounts run by Kiwi Farms users, intent on isolating me from the left, intent on destroying my reputation, on making me be the toxic person they wanted me to be. So I had no allies left. And so many people on the left, they took the bait. I expected better from them, and I was disappointed. But through this experience, I learned and I grew, and now I don't expect better from them. And I have paved the way, building our own community that's not a part of their entire sphere. Now we get into the fallout. How all of this turned out the way it did. Hasan Dick Rider's being transphobic as fucking chat. I'm not surprised. Like, we saw how Hasan reacted when trans people criticize him. He gets fucking weird really fast.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Do I have anybody here who knows anything about Hasan taking criticism? Is he famously terrible at it? I know I've heard people say that he's really bad at it, but I don't know if that's actually true. Because a lot of people do already hate that guy. So I'm not sure if I'm talking to somebody who genuinely hates him and will never like him, or what. Him and his frog seem incapable of admitting fault very often. I miss watching his YouTube vids. What, does he not post on YouTube anymore or something? Someone, yes. Him and Dylan Burns is an example. I do remember Dylan asked some Ukrainians what they thought of some things that Hasan has said about Ukraine, and then he was like, I hope Hasan, he was like, I hope Dylan perishes to the Russian military or something. He was not happy. You used to watch him. He cannot take criticism. You got to be careful with him, or else you might offend him and get yelled at and possibly banned. He like plays it cool, then freaks out at criticism. Seems like dismissing Dylan as a war-touring pervert. He likes to use the term pervert a lot. I do know that. I think the demise of leftovers is kind of a sign of that, maybe. I do wish Hasan was better. I will say that much. I feel like we could go very far if Hasan was just better at like a couple things when it comes to him being a creator and whatnot. And like a political advocate. Mostly a political advocate, and firstly a political advocate to a creator. I feel like a lot could come from that. And when Dylan gone from this earth. Yeah, Hasan saw Dylan and told his stream. It's crazy. He told his stream, "I want this streamer hung." I want this streamer hung from a tank turret. It was kind of crazy, but you know.
We banned 2 addiction chambers thus far I've seen on Twitch. Yeah. No, I expect that. That's been a big thing from his community specifically. You know, everyone on the left, they're all pro-mental health until it comes to drug addiction, and then suddenly they turn into fucking...
When you're a leftist content creator, everyone's trying to catch you being inconsistent in your beliefs. That's why people get defensive really fast. Okay, 2 things that happens to everybody, but I know it happens to us more. With that being said, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been through it like other people have. Yeah, maybe I just haven't been through it like other people have, but I think at some point you got to get over it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like that, but at some point like you got to get over it. You know, people being mean to you online is not an excuse for you being mean to other people. Like I know a lot of people try and catch us out on things like inconsistencies and like purity testing constantly. Like I get it. But you could just not talk about some things, right? For one, being like, I think the problem isn't always that he doesn't take criticism. It's that when he does see criticism, he acts out. Like he acts out, right? He goes, he goes nuclear on it. He goes like, "Fuck you, you be and you are why I you mother. Oh, if I ever get my hands on you, you piece of I'm streaming here. You shit a piece. I hope in your next life you are a cow on a trash farm, and not just like ignore it." Like 1,000 comments and he finds one or two and then explodes. I just beat the people trying to be mean to me by consistently being mean to myself. So true. They can't get you if you said something about yourself already, but worse. Why I oughta straight to the moon, bang zoom. So true. But I mean, like, I feel like he takes the bait more than other people when it comes to this, because I get some mean people in my comment section, right? The thing is, when I see mean people in my comment section, I just like move on. I just kind of keep it pushing, and I feel like he doesn't always. Hey, isn't it famous in his community of him going on like a tangent stun lock? Him getting stun locked by like one guy in the communities like says something and then he gets stun locked for the next like hour and a half. The Willie Mac debate was really bad. I think because I think the crazy thing about it is that I think his Willie Mac debate was just bad, but the craziest thing about it is that I agree with, well, crazy thing about it is that I think Willie Mac's videos weren't very good. They seemed pretty bad, honestly. I didn't think he made a bunch of great points. I think he made a bunch of really bad points, genuinely. And so I was already primed to be on Hasan's side here, but he just, I don't know, he was just more like, your content shit and you're ugly, instead of being like, you're factually incorrect on this issue and here's why. I was actually a little shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shark, but like if your chat is all transphobic and your mods, wait, Shark, but like if your chat became all transphobic, you or your mods would like check it and tell them off. He didn't really seem to care. Oh, I'm not like here to defend the way that he like moderates. I don't know the way he moderates. I've heard a lot of bad things about his moderation team. But I also don't know everything about his moderation team. So don't take this as me making big comments on how he moderates. I don't really know how he moderates. So obviously if I saw that his chat was doing something like super stupid and they didn't do anything about it, like obviously I don't like that. He did have a Discord, but he doesn't have a Discord anymore. Is that true? Leftist drama makes me tired. That's true. You want to hear about how Andrew Tate believes that you can have gay sex with a woman as a man?
Gay.
Gay, bro, that's gay.
That is gay.
If you have no chance of having
got
a
his titties
child
out.
from the sex, that's as gay as sex can be. Now, not many people know you can have gay sex with a woman, but now I've just informed you, as a man, you can have gay sex with women.
Yeah.
Because that's gay.
I get it, yeah.
Which means also, all that batty man shit's gay. Fassy man, up anal, gay. Pointless, gay. Condoms, gay. All gay. Which makes having a vasectomy the gayest thing a man could ever do.
True. I think having a vasectomy might be gayer than having sex with men.
It's pretty, I mean...
It's up there at the top of things you could do that are gay. Having a vasectomy and having male-on-male raw butt sex is about on par. I think they're about the same.
So, let me explain this as well.
My question, if this is true, does it mean that if you wear a condom and you're having male on male butt sex, does it become even gayer? Chat, with this logic, can we formulate the gayest sex that you could possibly have? So you have to have a vasectomy, and you have to be a male, and you have to wear a condom as well, and have sex with another guy who can't give birth. And also, maybe if you're that's true, maybe if you're an asexual slut who loves sex. If you're asexual too, that means that you're not even attracted to sex, which is the gayest sexuality you can have, even gayer than being gay. He does have like little brother energy. It's really funny. Something like that, probably. Can we get much gayer? We can't. It's like, what the fuck? Wasn't this motherfucker supposed to be in jail? He's on house arrest. He's on house arrest. He's not in jail. He's on house arrest right now. Well, it's all gay. Always has been. You see, normal what? Penis is half gay? It's half guy, half woman. What? It's half guy, half woman. So it's 50% gay in order to reduce the number I propose. He did his crimes in his house. Not many other people are able to visit, I don't think. It's all gay. Always has been. Okay. Well, we learned something new today, isn't that right, chat? Gay sex with woman. Is being straight when you give birth? Are you never really straight until you impregnate somebody and or get impregnated? Are we all actually born gay until we have a baby? Is that how that works? If you are a woman and you give birth to a girl that's gay, now that's true. That's true, because you had pussy inside you the whole time. Infertile people, yeah, infertile people can actually never not be gay. Is it gay to kiss your mom on the cheek? It's possible. Accidentally closed my a tab that I had open. Is it gay to exist? Now you're getting somewhere. Now you're getting now we're all getting somewhere. Also, you know what I hate about what's going on right now? What I hate about what's going on right now is that we're back into the Twitter era where people keep putting the whatever podcast clips on my timeline, and I don't like it. Every day I wake up and there's a new whatever podcast clip on my timeline for actually no good reason. It's just like somebody being stupid and misogynistic again, and everybody goes, look at this fucking loser, he's being stupid and like misogynistic, and then everybody's like, so true, I hate this guy. And then that's just it. That's just how it goes. It's just that over and over again. Those suck ass. They're always really terrible and have that shitty 14-year-old TikTok trap remix stuff playing on it.
We should start.
Of getting Zooey clips. Zooey hecking rules. I don't know much about her. Can you guys get a personality instead of a misogyny, please? You know that Andrew Wilson chain smoker guy? You know that guy who smokes like 50 cigarettes a day? He was on the whatever podcast. The guy whose wife, in response to me saying that porn actually can't be can't be a medical addiction, sent me an article about how butterflies can be tricked into thinking that they're in contact with another real butterfly when you give them a picture of the same species of butterfly that's supposed to be a female if they're male. That guy was on there and he was debating with OnlyFans girls about moral absolutism versus consequentialism. And I was like, what the hell is going on right now? It was the same type of like try and trip somebody up by feeding them a bunch of like philosophy jargon until you seem cool. It's his same playbook every time. It's so weird. Clandis went on. That is true. Clandis did go on. Our butterfly is gay, but it was actually more like our butterfly's porn. The OF girls always route these guys too. They have pretty good arguments usually. Not the cum fly. I jerk it to a butterfly. Don't do that. Is this porn? That is true. That'd be really funny. Yes and yes, manosphere dudes. Hi, hey. The what fly? I'm not gonna repeat it. Sorry. I hate to say it, but I'm not going to be repeating it. Yo, did you see this girl get like completely bodied by her own dad for being ass at League of Legends? Did you see this? This is crazy.
It's not funny. It's not that funny.
You've been playing League of Legends every night and you're still only silver?
Yeah, okay, listen. You don't understand how the game works.
You fucking suck!
All right.
Bro's cackling. That's crazy. Listen, why were you gonna say, oh wait guys, oh my team's bad, oh every game your team's bad, huh? Every single game your team's that bad? I do think your team's bad because you're on it. Oh! Oh, you're right. You got a point. Oh, got him. Fuck you. Skill issue in physical form. Skill issue takes corporeal form. Dusty. Oh, she thought she could get away with that. She thought we were gonna agree. My dad doesn't approve of my rank. I'm not gonna lie, playing every single day, every night, and still only being in silver is actually a little embarrassing. At that point, I do genuinely have the ask the question, don't you have anything else to do? Don't you have anything better to do in your life? Forever silver. You should at least be gold. I think if you're somebody who plays a game every single night, you should at least be gold. I think I could respect somebody who plays a game every night but also still has a life to be like at least like gold 3 or something, you know? Gold 3, gold 2. But I don't know, every single night and you're like silver 3. You're kind of trash. I feel like don't you get started in gold, or don't you get started at like a high gold or high silver? It's like she hasn't even, honestly, her rank may be better if she didn't even play. Too many fucking Smurfs in silver though. Okay, so then how does everybody else get out of silver? You ever think about that? Because people are like, oh, there's too many Smurfs, there's so many Smurfs. Okay, but how did everybody else get out of silver except for you? Is it just that every single one of your games there's a Smurf on the enemy team? And if there's Smurfs in every game, doesn't mean that there are Smurfs on your side too? Meaning that you should still have an equal likelihood of being able to win, but you don't, you just continue to lose. Can we appreciate that a woman is playing League? It's actually a sausage fest. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, that's not true. Women playing, I would actually say that like half of the population in League is women. At least like maybe if not half, like 30%. A lot of women play League. It's just that they don't talk about League as often as like the guys do. They don't make it part of their life. The only League players I've known are women. If I'm gonna be honest with you, like most of the League players I've known in my life are also women. Like my girlfriend's a League player. You know, I'm sorry. Inshallah. One day she will not, inshallah. Mashallah as well. But also she has friends too. She has woman friends who also play League. Vouch raid? Is it a real raid? Hello, raiders. This is a real raid. Hello, raiders. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're vibing. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're chilling. I hope you're thriving. Hope you had a good stream today. Hope everything is going well for you. Oh, soda. I feel like we haven't heard soda in so long. Vosh bad, Vosh bad. I'm not gonna agree, but many people have said that before. Vosh rad. Now many people have also said that too. Hyper soda. Shark, I'm vibing. Have you seen that video of Ben getting mogged on Piers Morgan again? Ben Shapiro getting mogged on Piers Morgan? Is that true? I will say Piers, whether or not you agree or disagree with Piers Morgan, he's been kind of bringing the content. Vosh V good despite the fashion art. What do you mean despite the fashion? Has he ever been any higher than he is during his fashion arc? I thought he was kind of bringing it. Vosh, all right, I guess. This is the video I was thinking of. 46
Good evening,
minutes.
London. Welcome.
Oh, this is 2 months ago, bestie. I can't watch this one. Anyways, I appreciate you. Much love, okay? Vosh look real good. I think he's been doing it with his fashion arc. I've been very proud. I've been very proud. It's been so nice to see. Divorce scare the Trojans. Yo, did you see what did you see what Lindsey Graham has been up to when it comes to, apparently in New York City they're going to pass a law that's going to force Chick-fil-A to open on Sundays, something that many people have kind of been asking for a while. Why aren't those bitches open on Sunday? And they're like, it's the Lord's day and the Lord does not want us to have chicken. Force? Yes. Not suggest and not plead, not ask. Straight up force. That's what I've heard at least. Let's watch this. Let's read this. Local news. New York bill could force some Chick-fil-A locations to be open on Sundays. A new bill in New York could force some Chick-fil-A location to be open on Sundays. The bill aims to ensure that those traveling along New York State Thruway can access every restaurant available at rest stops 7 days a week. That would include Chick-fil-A, the restaurant infamously known for being closed on Sundays. Infamous.
This meme is very real.
That's crazy. People want their Sunday chicken. Infamous for not being open on Sundays. While there's nothing objectionable about fast food restaurants closing on a particular day of the week, service areas dedicated to travelers is an inappropriate location for such a restaurant, the bill reads. We get hungry when we're traveling. We may not like our brother-in-law or sister-in-law's cooking and want to snack on Christmas Eve. Wait, that's crazy. This law is literally passed because a bro was like, caramel crunch sundae, macaroni, chicken burger, and on Sunday, and then drove to Chick-fil-A only to fall to his fucking knees when he saw that they were closed and said, we have to fix this, and decided to draft a law to force them to be open. So when he's driving, when he's doing his 3-hour drive across like 2 miles of the city, he can stop for a break and get like a chicken burger. So he can get his chicky nuggy. Honestly, I'd be a little offended if my ass was getting targeted like that. That's wild. I will say I do get a little upset sometimes when there are some like restaurants or stores or something that are open. Like it feels. Do you have any like stores in your area that feel like they're open like 3 hours a day, 3 days a week? You know what I'm talking about? The stores that open at like 12 a.m. That open at like 12 p.m. and then close at 4 p.m. And you're like, how the fuck do you all make money? How do you all pay for rent? You're never open. They're not open Sundays. They're not open Saturdays. And honestly, they're not even open Fridays either. They give themselves like a 3-day weekend and work for like 6 hours a day. And you're like, how in the world do these people even make money? But they just do somehow. They do somehow. Ghost kitchens? Nah, not even the ghost kitchens. Because usually the ghost kitchens, if I remember correctly, were just like a store that branched out. They're like a store like Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings has a ghost kitchen. It's called Wild Burger. It's just their burger menu in store form. I mean, they're the same restaurant. They just like pretend to be a different restaurant. It's not like a completely different place. Big corpo vibes. Eddie Bareback. Yeah, Eddie Bareback did a video on ghost kitchens. I watched that. It was pretty good. Like that guy. Love that Bareback guy. What a cool guy. Anyways, they make their money. Big corpos don't vibe though. Now that's true. Are ghost kitchens scary? They can be. They really can be. They really can be. But anyways, it is kind of crazy how bro's like, I got hungry while driving on the interstate, and I saw that they were closed and they need to be open, so I'm passing a bill to be. Doesn't New York have so many other problems? Like every other month they're flooding. There's like no place for you to be able to have there's like no place for you to be able to like have an apartment that's affordable. Cities being hollowed out and only the richest can afford to stay there, and the places where poor people can actually stay is actually literally unironically crumbling. I don't know, man. I feel like they have so many other problems, and bro's like, Chick-fil-A not open. But at the same time, I mean, you know, I get it. We all want our chicky nugget when we can get them. The bill, however, only seeks to impose conditions for future restaurants. A throughway official who spoke to Pix 11 News affiliate Waten said Chick-fil-A has already signed a 33-year contract with the highway system. Oh, so it's not even, none of the Chick-fil-A's that are there are even going to be affected by it. And apparently none of the Chick-fil-A's until like 2060 are going to be affected by it. So guys, I got any New Yorkers who's going to be living in the city and driving on the interstate in 2060, watch out, because then you're going to be able to get your Chick-fil-A. You're going to be able to get your Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets on a Sunday. Congratulations. I'm so excited for when it's coming. But the reason for why I'm talking about it is because Lindsey Graham went like absolutely berserk on Fox News about making them open up their chicken restaurant on Sunday in 2060.
Radicals, not Donald Trump. So this Colorado decision won't stand. It's time for us all to fight back. Speaking of Chick-fil-A.
You waged war on Chick-fil-A.
You like that?
Wait, hang on, Senator. Are you prompting us to ask you a question?
Yeah, okay. You know, the guy on before me, the Christian guy, wasn't that an awesome
In the
dad?
Satan Club.
Yeah, so.
What a reasonable man.
What an unbelievably reasonable man. So the state of New York, where I'm at, wants to pass a law to make Chick-fil-A stay open on Sunday. Well, if you can have a Satan Club in high school, surely they can close on Sunday because they believe it's the Lord's Day. So Dan, Kathy's out there watching us. To the Chick-fil-A people, you stand your ground. I've got your back. It's illegal what they're trying to do. Trying to make Chick-fil-A stay open on Sunday violates their constitutional rights. And this is one of the most liberal places in the world.
Yeah, well,
and we're going to fight you, New York. We're not going to give in to this.
It's not Sunday, it's Wednesday.
This is Wednesday.
Chick-fil-A for you, so
this
I hope
is
that you're
God's
hungry.
chicken.
Why they filmed that guy? Why he walk? I don't know. The way he was walking out is like, is he prepared to do this type of stuff? Does this type of stuff normally? Is this how he hands them their adrenochrome? My lord, your adrenochrome is ready. And then hands them Chick-fil-A burgers chicken burgers on a silver platter. This is God's chicken. It's God's chicken, brother.
It's their constitutional rights, and this is one of the most liberal places in the world.
Yeah, well,
and we're going to fight you, New York. We're not going to give in to this.
It's not Sunday, it's Wednesday.
This
but
is
we do want
Wednesday.
Chick-fil-A for you, so
this
I hope
is
that you're
God's
hungry.
chicken.
Look at that.
It's Wednesday. This is God's chicken. It's the Lord's chicken, brother. It's blessed. It's blessed. Do you think they put holy water in the drinks? This is such virtue signaling. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because like conservatives have stopped using the term virtue signaling as much because it's kind of like all they do. We decided to buy like $35 worth of Chick-fil-A chicken burger to own the libs in 2060. Oh, fuck, whatever happened to the separation of church and state? The thing is, I feel like the only thing is that they actually might have a point when it comes to it being against the Constitution, like making them be open on Sunday, because they could say it's their religious right that to not be open on Sunday, and it doesn't really violate anybody else's rights because I don't because I don't think there's gonna be a right to buy chicky nuggies on Sunday from specifically them. It's their free speech. It might be indeed be their free speech. Sure, then pay taxes. Chick-fil-A does indeed pay taxes. I don't believe does Chick-fil-A like double as like a church or something, so they try not, so like legally they don't pay taxes? I don't believe that's true. I think they're just a restaurant, and they're just a restaurant who sells homophobic chicken, and that's basically it. So you can actually they do pay taxes. They're not a church, I don't believe. But can businesses push religion on their employees? It kind of depends on certain things. I think you can, but like the type of court that you go to, especially like this Supreme Court that's like super Christian nationalist, Christian supremacist, I think they would say that if you're a Christian, you can push your religion on other people. Yeah. At least if you're a Christian, you can push your religion on other people. Because here in Kentucky, there was actually a really big court case that was happening. It was for their like Noah's Ark exhibit. If you guys have seen it before. Yeah, in like buttfuck nowhere, Kentucky, they decided to build like a really big kind of life-size ark, like Noah's Ark, and turn it into like a Jesus museum, basically. Right. So here it is in like buttfuck nowhere, Kentucky. I actually don't know where this is. Right. But yeah, it's like a really big ark, and it's just like a Jesus museum, basically. Right. There's like actually Noah unironically had the dinosaurs on the ark as well. I'm not joking. They have dinosaurs. They have fake dinosaurs in cages. Isn't this Kent Hovids? Yes indeed. They got a bunch of taxpayer money for this. Yeah, so the I think the previous Kentucky administration, not Bashir. I don't think this was built under Bashir. I don't think they got the grant under Bashir. But anyways, yeah, it's called Ark Encounter, and it's just like a really big ark that they built to like as like a Jesus museum. They got the stuff in there. There's this guy going ooga booga doing some forging on the Giga Ark and stuff like that. I think this is the Noah cosplayer or something, probably something along those lines. Anyways, it's like showing him building more of the ark or something. Anyways, the reason why I'm telling you about this is because, for one, they got taxpayer money to be able to build this whole thing, which is explicitly religious. But for the topic of what we were talking about here a moment ago, is that these guys, actually, the people who run this place are like big Christian supremacists, and they say everybody, and they wanted to force every single person who works here to sign a "I love Jesus, I am a Christian, Jesus is the only God, fuck everybody else," like contract, literal contract to be able to work. Like you have to sign that to be able to work there, right? Which is pretty clear religious discrimination, and like also promise that you're a Christian. They say you have to be a Christian to be able to work here. You have to sign a document saying that you love Jesus and that you are a Christian, and if you're not a Christian, we will be discriminating against you, and we will not allow you to work here, right? So that's what's happening here, okay? Obviously, with getting taxpayer money and being like discriminatory religiously, you would think that this is going to go to court. And the thing is that it did go to court. And so what the thing is that when it went to court, the court actually decided in favor of the Ark Encounter company, saying that they can actually do that and you can religiously discriminate against people for this. And so they were able to go ahead with this and then get the government funds to be able to build it. So basically they were like withholding the government funds, and you said you can't religiously discriminate. A court said that they can discriminate, and so they were entitled to the funds, and so they were able to build it and then go through with it, right? I'm already contracted to bash that. Well, they would be like, we don't like your kind around these parts here, and you're not allowed to. Yeah, we don't like your kind here, and then you're not allowed to work here. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's the thing that they're doing. That's literally discrimination, though. Yes, but the court said that they are able to do the discrimination. I don't know why it should be illegal, but then but the problem is because of like the Supreme Court that we have now, the religious extremist Supreme Court, and Trump being able to put so many religious extremists on federal court benches, it's led to this type of stuff being able to happen. So you would say that they wouldn't be able to do that, but you have to, but for the time being, as long as these type of religious extremists are going to be on courts, people are going to be able to do this type of stuff. I'm going to apply and lie. What are they going to do? Test me? No, they would just, you would just continue on working there. And then if they thought that you weren't Christian, they'd like ask you. And then if you're like, haha, I've been trying to trick you, they just fire you. I don't really think they do much of it. They're like, fuck that heathen, and then like move on. You know what I mean? I don't know if too much would happen. Ooh, sorry. Someone needs to make companies there that discriminate against Christians. I mean, if this ruling is supposed to be held up, then the answer is yes. I think the loophole that they used was that you're not like making them be Christian. You just won't hire them if they don't say they're Christian. Something like that. So you would have to do something where like you would, I think it's a positive and it's not a negative. And so that's why it's not like we won't, I think it's like they argue that it's not like we only want to hire Christians, not that we don't want to not hire non-Christians or something along those lines. So you would have to try something like that where you go, you have to be like you have to like sign and say that you're like an atheist and like you don't believe in God, and only those people you want to hire, right? It would have to be something like that. That's the same. I'm just saying the argument that they used in court to be able to win. Is it the same? Yes. Did that argument win in court over them saying that we hate everybody else? Yes. I'm just telling it how it is. Lawyers in the case doing the mental gymnastics. That is true, but it is also their job. Just commenting. I love you, bestie, okay? Many hugs and kisses. Very parasocially, all right? Lawyers be lawyering. I can't get over dinos in the Ark. How many T-Rexes do you think that they had in the Ark? There should be just 2, right? Shark, did you have a good Christmas? I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did. The Christmas was good. Everybody seemed to enjoy their presents and everything. I like mine. I got a thing of spices. My sister got me a thing of like little spice things that I can put in some food, and that was super fun. I got like a hoodie and stuff. I got some pretty cool stuff. I got some great stuff. So yeah, I got the GF, like a little plushie that she really wanted. The friend Coral came over to talk and have some fun. We got some macaroni, we got some ribs, we got some dinner rolls, stuff like that. It was great. It was fantastic. My dad, I was thinking about what to get my dad. We decided to get him the Dragon Ball superhero movie, since he has like the entire collection of Dragon Ball Z in physical, and I was like, he could add to his collection here. That could definitely be fun for him. And so we got him that, and he watched it the same day, and he was like, this movie is so good. That's a good movie. Yeah, he's a big Dragon Ball fan. So yeah, he's like, this movie's popping off, man. And so he was really enjoying it. And so yeah, everybody had fun. Cannot hate. Everybody was having a great time. More like Dragon Ball Z's. That's crazy. You can't say stuff like that here. That's crazy. Okay, let's save this. We're not going to talk about this. Let's save this. Oh guys, I hope you heard the NRA is actually broke. The NRA is broken. I mean, sorry, the NRA is broke, as in they have no more money. They've actually run out of money. Every single year since 2008, they've been losing money. And they now have raked in the lowest amount of money they have since 2008. It's bad. It's bad for them. It's kind of all over. Apparently making an entire movement on trying to get more children to be shot in school is not as profitable as they hoped that it would be. That's actually quite unfortunate for them. Couldn't be me, honestly. Could not be me. That's like bankrupting a casino level of incompetence. Because here's the thing, like a casino is actually a money machine. Being a conservative, like a Second Amendment conservative, like stalwart company seems like a slam dunk when it comes to having like an infinite money printer, you know? Like you have an infinite money glitch and they still failed it. They still destroyed it. How do you do that? There's more mass shootings than ever, but they're still broke. Wild. Wild. They truly fumbled. Anyways, love you all, okay? So true. So true. Let's close out of this. What do I want to talk about today? What do I want to, how long is this? Is 20 minutes? It's 20 minutes. Yo, I'm not sure if any of you guys saw, but something really incredible happened not too long ago. RFK Jr., you know, the guy with the peculiar voice and the giga conspiracy theories about how about literally everything from the jokey pokey vaccines to wars and Israel and the Jews' roles in it, all this type of stuff, who's gotten really big on the conservative right and the conspiracy theorists, and especially the Trump wing of the conservative movement in this party. This guy RFK is so anti-Semitic. He's like super anti-Semitic. Wait. What did he say about like what Jews were doing to black people? Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, he said not too long ago. This was crazy. He said not too long ago that COVID-19 was made to be able to ethnically target black people. And that's why black people are dying at a higher rate, because it was genetically engineered to harm black people and spare Jews. So I don't think he said Jews made it. He just said that Jews were just simply immune. We're just conveniently immune to COVID-19, and black people were conveniently susceptible to it. And so it's just a curious type thing that was going on. And the Chinese. Oh yeah, my bad. To spare Ashkenazi Jews specifically and Chinese people, even though China had like a lot of COVID deaths, they just lied about it. Built different. Yeah, I guess the Jews and the Chinese were just simply built different. A Chinese Jew would be invulnerable. That is true. A Chinese Jew would they would never be able to get it. It's just not possible at that point. They have the modifications that make it impossible. Ooh, it's crazy. Anyways, RFK has said some incredibly insane things over his lifetime. But now he's finally being confronted on it by, guess what? CNN. And I'm gonna tell you, it gets pretty nasty. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. Less than 1 year out from the 2024 election, polls are showing that voters are not happy with the possibility of a Trump-Biden rematch. And third-party candidates are set to play a decisive role in the race. Among them is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He announced his run as an independent in October after he ended his bid for the Democratic Party nomination. The latest poll from Quinnipiac University shows that in a three-way matchup against Trump and Biden, 21% of registered voters said they backed Kennedy.
It's kind of insane how that's even possible, but he is pulling more from Republicans than he is Democrats. The only problem is he's using the last name Kennedy to be able to get a bunch of Democrats, because there's a lot of people in the country who still have like Kennedy fever and are like, if you have Kennedy as a last name, they're just going to be voting for you simply because of that. They believe that like the ghost of JFK will like guide your hand to be able to lead the country to greatness. And so if you just have Kennedy in your name, that you're just kind of it. That's done. Especially if you're related to, if you're one of the Kennedys in the Kennedy family, you will simply just get votes from some Democrats. That's just how it goes. They don't care who you are, what you do. I'm going to tell you now, if there was a Kennedy named Adolf Hitler Kennedy, there would be probably 30% of Democrats who'd go, you know, he is a Kennedy after. I don't like the Adolf Hitler part, but the Kennedy is bringing me back.
And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins me now to discuss all of this and more. Mr. Kennedy, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me, Casey.
Why do 1 in 5 Americans say that they're interested in your candidacy?
I think they those are the people who've heard me speak. Those are the people.
Now be careful with making fun of his voice. He does have a medical condition that he was born. I think he was born with. It's a medical condition that he was born with. So be careful. We know we don't like him, but don't get too ableist, okay, bestie? Love you. I think it's cancer. He has voice cancer. That's crazy.
Who are listening to podcasts, listening to long-form interviews, and they want to change. They don't want to be told by either party that you have to choose between the lesser of two evils. And I think they want a candidate who's going to bring people together, who's going to inspire people, who cares about, I'm the only candidate who's talking about what's happening to the middle class in this country. And, you know, this idea that if you work hard and you play by the rules, that you ought to be able to make a decent living, you ought to be able to afford a home, you ought to be able to raise a family, take a summer vacation, and put aside something for retirement. And that was the central promise of the American dream. And it's now gone for this generation, particularly people 20 to 35, who I'm very, very strong with, are seeing that it no longer applies to them.
Oh, it's a neurological disorder. Okay. Kennedy Jr. was diagnosed with a spasmodic dysphonia around 1996. One symptom is a rare neurological disorder is a raspy voice. There was no cure for the condition, but patients can undergo speech therapy or counseling. Oh, there you go. It's a mental condition that makes his voice wobbly. Well, you learn something new every day. Not cancer. He doesn't have cancer, just the things he says are cancer. There you go.
And they're feeling betrayed.
You also have a very famous last name. especially in American politics. When you announced your run, there were some members of the Kennedy family who were not happy about it. They wrote in a statement, quote, "The decision of our brother Bobby to run as a third-party candidate against Joe Biden is dangerous to our country." And they said that while you might share the same name as our father, you do not share the same values, vision, or judgment. Today's announcement is deeply saddening for us. We denounce his candidacy and believe it to be perilous for our country. What have you said to your family?
That's kind of crazy. There's only been a couple of people that I've seen recently have their whole family come out and say, we don't like this guy. We don't accept his kind around these parts. And that's been Paul Gosar, who's been like Nick Fuentes's #1 guy in Congress. And then there's this guy too. Also Trump's sister has said that he's not very cool. This rarely happens that for one, it really happens that a family member comes out against them. It's even more rare that the whole family comes out, because Gozar's entire family made an ad about like how we hate this guy. We actually hate this guy. And so for like the rest of the Kennedys to be like, you're going to ruin our legacy, stop it, is kind of insane. I don't know, like the type of strength it takes for like the whole family to be like, there's something wrong with you. And the thing is, they're not even being like homophobic or something. There is actually something wrong for you, but you to be able to continue with the delusion, to be able to just be like, I don't care what all them bitches say. I'm going forward no matter what. That's wild.
Well, you know, I have a big family. There's about 105, on 4th of July, when I last counted. So a lot of them support me, a lot of them don't. Listen, my family has a long relationship with President Biden. President Biden has a bust at my...
Is there really that many of them? I thought they always keep dying. Is there really that many of them? Oh, maybe they started pumping out more kids because they're so prone to dying. That could be possible as well. It's just like a sort of like is what like people did back in the feudal age. You know, like a couple won't make it all the way, so you got to be able to put out as many as possible.
My father.
All they're good at is breeding.
Behind him at the Oval Office. There's 5 members of my family who have jobs with the administration. So, I understand that some of them are troubled by my running against somebody who's an old family friend. And then some of them disagree with me on issues.
Let's get forward a little bit.
People may believe that, but, they may be family and they're entitled to their opinions.
So don't they think they're going to elect Donald Trump?
Well, people may believe that, but, that's up to them. I think I should be running for president. I think people need to hear somebody talking instead of the vitriol, the anger, the hatred, the division. I think people need to hear about a vision for this country that is going to restore the industrial
RFK Jr., well known for never bringing any division to anything.
Generation of kids into homes, into houses, and I think we ought to be asking our politicians how they're going to do that. I'm the only politician who's talking about that. I'm the only one who's offered solutions for that.
All right. So you have gained notoriety for your skepticism about vaccines. And over the summer in an interview, you said, quote, "There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective." Do you still believe that?
I never said that.
So stop me. We have the clip. Please play the clip.
Play the whole clip.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so quick. She was like, say it. I dare you. I dare you say it. I swear. Tell me you didn't say it. Look me dead in the eyes and tell me you didn't say that shit, bitch. I saw she holding her finger over the you just said this button. This you. Holding her finger over the this you button is, oh, I'm telling you guys, this one might get a little tragic.
You've talked about that the media slanders you by calling you an anti-vaxxer. And you've said that you're not anti-vaccine, you're pro-safe vaccine. Difficult question. Can you name any vaccines that you think are good?
I think some of the live virus vaccines are probably averting more problems than they're causing. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
So you did say it. Do you still believe it?
Well, here's what I would say. First of all, I'm not anti-vaccine.
How is that statement not anti-vaccine?
Well, I can say right now there's no medicine for cancer that's safe and effective. It doesn't mean I'm against all medicines. I've been fighting 40 years to get mercury out of fish. Nobody calls me anti-fish. What I want is vaccines that are proven safety. And what I meant...
Wait, what are you referencing there? Are you referencing like the idea of there being a mercury inside of some vaccines? Because some vaccines have a mercury in them, but it's not the same type of mercury that you find like in the ground or inside of like old-timey thermoses or something. Or thermometers, sorry. Anti-fish! I'm anti-fish! You don't get it. They come to me and they tell me, Robert F. Kennedy, you're anti-fish. I say, fuck you. And here's the thing. What do you mean by like not safe and effective? It probably won't kill you. Well, depending on how far gone you are, it might not kill you. It is effective when it comes to getting rid of cancer. They wouldn't allow you to be able to use it or it wouldn't just be normally prescribed if it wasn't effective. Or at least have some good efficacy. What do you mean by effective? Do you mean like 100% of people will be cured if they take it? Because there's no medicine that can do, there's nothing that can do that. There's literally nothing that can do that. But because that's not the criteria that they're using to judge these types of things. You're just making an unrealistic standard to hold these things to justify your skepticism that has no basis in reality. I'll say Sake Pookie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate you. Congratulations. 5 freeloaders for being able to get a subscription by Sake Tanuki. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Not gonna lie, but RFK's voice isn't doing anything for his credibility. Some people have said it. We eradicated smallpox through vaccines. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that we did it by, I don't know, like working hard and praying really hard. Who knows?
Which was a bad use of words, and as none of the vaccines that are currently on the mandated schedule for children, the 72 vaccines, have ever been tested in a pre-licensing safety study. What that means is that we do not know. We do not know what the risk profile is for those products, and you cannot prove that or say with any scientific certainty that any of those products are causing.
So you're saying you still believe that no vaccines are safe and effective?
Oh, what I'm saying is that none of the 72 vaccines has ever been tested in a safety study pre-licensing.
So let me ask you.
Okay, so like here's the thing. You are saying that you don't believe they're safe and effective because they haven't had this one specific test. Because you personally believe that they haven't had this one specific test that you think that they should have to prove that they're safe and effective. Why in the world are you like pussyfooting around on you saying that you don't think that they're safe? Just speak your mind. Why are you going? I've seen conservatives do this, and I think it's so weird. If you ask me what I believe, I'm not going to be scared and timid about what I tell you that I believe. Sometimes I don't give people the whole thing, and sometimes I don't tell people like the harshest way that I could possibly say it because I'm not in the setting where I should be having this type of debate and stuff. He's talking on TV on a political network where hundreds of thousands of people are watching specifically for these types of debates, and he's still yellow belly pussyfooting around about like what he genuinely believes. Just say, oh yeah, I don't like the vaccines. I don't believe they went through I personally don't believe they went through the one specific testing that that I think is going to definitely prove that they're safe. And I'm going to tell you that he's probably going to move the goalposts after that and go like, well, they haven't done well, like it hasn't been like super duper into this, and oh well, like sometimes they turn people away, so we're never really sure. These types of conspiracy theories will never be happy. That's the point. it's a conspiracy of the gaps. If there's any possible thing that they can think of to disqualify something as being actually true or safe, effective, real, or as other people say that it is, then they're just going to take it as that, because what they actually believe is if a group of people who they think are them are saying it, then they want to believe the exact opposite of it, because they don't want to be a part of them, because them always lie and they always tell the untruth, and the lab coats and the bigwigs, all right, are always believing that, and that's them and this is us, and so us want to believe this, and they always want to hold some sort of they want to hold some idea of having like the keys to information that nobody else is privy to, because them as well as everybody else on the same subway car are thinking about how all these sheeple don't understand the real world that they live in, and only free thinkers like them have the capacity to understand how the world truly is. They put the sunglasses on and they can see how it really is, even though they spend their time just watching movies, because that's the only place where their weirdo conspiracy theories actually come to life. Thank you, Sake today, for the extra gifted 5. I really appreciate. You're really kind. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. That Shark, your CIA check is in the mail, but it's been delayed because of the Christmas rush. It's okay. I can handle it. It's a little unfortunate because I did want that check early, but I can handle it. I'm going to be working for the CIA for much longer now. So, cheers to more checks. Thank you, Sake. Thank you.
If you think it's wise for people to take these vaccines, because you had this to say on a different podcast about whether people with young babies should be getting them shots. Watch.
For many, many years, I think parents were so gaslighted and they were scapegoated and they were vilified and marginalized, so that even parents of kids who were very, very badly injured knew what happened to their kid, but they were just reluctant to talk about it. And I think now those days are over.
It's kind of crazy how he's like, oh yeah, parents who don't take care of their children were marginalized and gaslighted. Usually my argument for this would be, you're a conservative, you're not marginalized, you're not gaslighted, you're just a bad person. But if I'm going to be honest with you, I want you to be marginalized. I want you I want you to be discriminated against. Okay? Somebody's got to say it. Everybody's going to be like that. No, that's not happening to you. It is happening to you, and you deserve it. Not all discrimination is bad. Some of it is good. And discriminating against parents who don't take care of their children is actually very good. Yes, you should have your children taken away from you if you don't give them vaccines. Yes, you should have your children taken away from you if you don't send them to school. Yes, you should have your children taken away from you if you're treating them terribly. Yes. Absolutely. If you get your vaccine knowledge on goddamn Breitbart and like Twitter, conservative Twitter videos and Reddit and 4chan, yes, you deserve to have your children taken away from you. If you get your medical advice on how to take care of your children from InfoWars, yes, you deserve to have your children taken away from you. And honestly, if we were able to build the perfect eugenics to stop you specifically from having kids, a lot of people might think that the E word, it wouldn't be too bad. We don't have it, and so it can't actually be put through in the real world. But if we could, I'm telling you, if we could. The craziest thing about it is that these people constantly believe that something that the US government has actually done to genuine minorities is happening to them. They make their own fan fiction about the oppression that they're having from what actual minorities in the country have genuinely experienced. Like, conservatives believe that like a Tuskegee project is going on against them when it's already happened to another minority group, and because they think that they're the new punk rock by telling you to obey the law. They genuinely think that people are coming for them. They genuinely think that they're them. Bro thinks he's a minority. And in this case, they are a minority in some instances when it comes to like not taking care of your children and not giving them vaccines. There are some places in this country right now where like smallpox that has been all but eradicated in like the vast majority of the country is making a comeback. Didn't the like Black Plague make a comeback in some places in the US because this guy's idea when it comes to vaccines has taken root in some communities? Some places are actually having the Black Plague round 2 electric boogaloo. Yeah, the bubonic plague made a comeback in Florida, in the exact same place that you would imagine where it'd be happening. The exact place where you would think it'd be happening. No way, really? Yes, actually. Yeah, whooping cough, Black Plague, smallpox. Because of this type of stuff. When everybody's getting vaccines and we're just getting better, just because you're so scared, just because you're so terrified of, and you've never thought in your life when it comes to you pumping out kids that you ever actually cared about taking care of one of them if they were genuinely disabled. Instead of you just coming to the realization that sometimes kids are disabled and just treating them like a normal human being, you have to make up conspiracy theories about why somebody did something, why that actually happened, instead of just taking care of your autistic kid like a grown adult and parent should. So yes, I'm going to say this now. Parents who don't treat their kids well should be marginalized. You should be discriminated against. You should you should be persecuted as well. And it's not actually happening as much as they say that it is, but it should be happening more, in my personal opinion.
Our job is to resist and to talk about it to everybody. If you're walking down the street, and I do this now myself, which is, I don't want to do, I'm not a busybody. I see somebody on a hiking trail carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated. And he heard that from me. If he hears it from 10 other people, maybe he won't do it. Maybe he will save that child.
Save that. I walk around and I try and give out child abuse pro tips. Bro's actually walking around giving child abuse pro tips to people, being like, I'm trying to save the world. You need to be put in prison. You know that? You need to be put in prison. He's gonna get that kid killed. Back in my day, we used to clown on kids who weren't vaccinated. These days, we have to clown kids who aren't getting vaccinated and then put their parents in jail. Yo, baby, you want to show them your cute hair? They didn't actually. Is the answer no? It's okay. You don't have to. She got her hair done. You want to see her hair? She got her hair done. Whoa, look how pretty she is. Yeah. What a doll. Oh my gosh. You look great. It's pretty cool. It's super cool. Are you gonna wrap it? Yeah, make it a good attempt at it. Yeah. You got this. No. You got this. Try a video.
Watching that last.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Just do it again.
No.
Just do it. Just gonna do it again.
$70, no.
Well, I mean, like, you'll wrap it again.
If I fail at it, I'm just gonna.
Listen, even if you need to get it redone, we'll just pay for it to get redone. I'll just do an extra stream and try and get the money, and then we'll just get it redone. That's it. We'll just do what's got to be done. Don't you shake your head.
At that point, it was.
It's not that it wasn't meant to be. It just means that it was meant to be done again. Right? Now you get out of here. Scram. Have I seen your what? On it? Should be over there. Just called us all Sims. You're right.
Very real.
Good. The bob is bobbing. It's cute. Y'all need to consolidate. I'm so tired of using the wrong emotes when I do different when I go to a different White Nervosa site. You're telling me that like everybody on our side who uses a site should come to an agreement about what the emote is called, so it's a smooth experience across all sites. We could possibly do that. Suck Tanuki, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for helping out new freeloaders. They said, if you're a shark, does that make Boo a dogfish? Donkers? Yes. Actually, I think of him more of a seal. What's VRV? What's that? Hair fundraiser stream. She needs to get her hair done again. Please help. Also, Carlin. I'm sorry I wasn't able to shout this out sooner, but Carlin Mimical, thank you so much for the $4.99. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. That really means a lot. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Does Boo have mercury? I'm actually about to get my dog shots against it. Wait a second. My thing is, if this is the case, does RFK give his dogs like rabies shots, or does he think that those are or does he think that they're going to give his dog autism? Because that would be kind of crazy. Because here's the thing, like that guy who like goes around trolling conservatives, he actually went to a RFK rally and was like, yo dude, the vet gave my dog autism. I tried to give him rabies shots and it gave my dog autism. Look, he barks weird now. Do it, bark. Bro, he can't even bark anymore. His tism's gotten too strong. And RFK was just like, it was so good. Not podtism. All right, we're moving on.
Maybe he will save that child. You think preventing vaccines for a child will save that child? Do you still say this to parents today?
What I say again is I had 3 vaccines, Casey, when I was a kid, and I was fully compliant. My kids got 72. The current recommendations are, I think, around 77. And
I have a vaccine record for my child, and there are not 77
there are 77 doses. There are 72 doses of 16 vaccines.
Oh, okay. So you're just using a scary big number because you want people to be afraid that they're going to take like an iron rod and then shove science juice down it to inflate your kid with science juice. Okay. So it's not actually 77 vaccines. That's not true. Okay. Thank you for just letting us know that you've been lying this whole time. Appreciate that.
That's just a fact. And
it's actually 16
vaccines that were added to the schedule after 1986, because in 1986 Congress made it so that it's impossible to sue a vaccine company no matter how negligent they are, no matter how grievous your injury, no matter how reckless their conduct.
So what were your 3 vaccines that you had when you were a kid?
Let me finish this. And there was a gold rush to add new vaccines to the schedule, including a lot of vaccines that are not for diseases that are not even casually contagious.
Name one.
Hepatitis B.
So you don't think hepatitis B vaccine?
Also, here's the thing. Personal injury lawsuits and wrongful death lawsuits, specifically from vaccine companies, between individuals and vaccine companies, that's what was made illegal, right? The Vaccine Act. It's not that vaccine companies can't be sued. It's to stop people from being able to just do like slap lawsuits against people. Actually, people like RFK who are going to be like, I got a vaccine and then like 5 years later, my kid was diagnosed with autism. So I'm going to be like suing them into the ground until as much as I can. Right. That's the point of what's going on. Vaccine companies can indeed be sued. They are sued literally all the time. This isn't unique or new or interesting. You don't have secret information that we don't all know. Why does CNN have this guy on? Because like between the three-way race between Trump, Biden, and this guy, he gets like 21%, which is like just 10 percentage points below the other two. Or like 10 or 20 percentage points below the other two, which is a serious contender. That's why. He's not just some random YouTuber, unfortunately. This is one of the if you want to know where most of the like anti-vax content came from during the height of the pandemic, it mostly he was one of the largest people pushing anti-vaccine content on Facebook. Like I think he was like number 4 or number 3 when it came to the number 1 content creators online pushing anti-vaccine content. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you have somebody in your family who's like super duper anti-vaccine, I'm going to tell you this right now. They probably got at least 10% of their talking points from RFK's Facebook or people reposting from RFK's Facebook. Well, RFK and his work being anti-vaccine has specifically killed, in my opinion, contributed, in my opinion, to harming tens of thousands of people, if not more, across the United States.
Vaccine is progress.
I don't think that a hepatitis vaccine, I don't think the current the science suggests that the current hepatitis B vaccines are causing more problems than they're solving. And listen, why would you?
I'm not in a position to argue with you on the science, but I'm glad you're on the record as saying that.
Why would you have a baby, give a baby a hepatitis B vaccine when the only way that you can catch hepatitis B is through sexual interactions or using needles? Now, there are mothers who pass their children, and all those mothers are tested in every hospital in the country. So if somebody's at risk, then I wouldn't object to it. But why give it to a whole generation? You know, the good health comes
to stop them from getting hepatitis. Does he actually not understand the idea of preventative medicine? Like, it's one of the number 1 reasons why our healthcare system costs so much money is that we're not doing preventative medicine, is that we're not preventing people from getting diseases in the first place. Bro actually goes, why? Can you imagine this? Can you imagine this? Like, this argument against like fucking seatbelts. Why would you ever force people to put seatbelts on? Why would you force kids to put seatbelts on when in most car crashes you don't die even if you're not wearing a seatbelt? And on top of that, most people aren't even in the seatbelt to begin with. Like people are getting checked off. People are checking their lights all the time. They're looking left, looking right before they cross the road, and they go through intersections. Why in the world would you need seatbelts? You know, it's not because you don't wear the seatbelt for just driving to one place to another. You wear the seatbelt for if you get into a crash, that you're forced to be protected, because you should be protected. What are you talking about? We should prevent people from getting diseases. Like that seems pretty normal to me, don't you think? I was like, why would we ever prevent somebody from getting sick? We should only make medicine for when people are already sick. We shouldn't make medicine for when people aren't sick. What's the point of medicine then? You need to be put in jail.
From building a strong immune system, and we never had hepatitis B epidemics when I was a kid. We never had rotavirus epidemics. A lot of
yes, they did.
These
for one, yes, they did. And the reason why I wasn't for one, yes, you did. Okay, and this preventative medicine is still preventing people from getting sick. Like, what are you talking about? And you also had other epidemics. What are you talking about? Polio?
Products were added to the schedule because they enrich the companies, and this is an automatic windfall for companies that they're now allowed to mandate their product with no legal liability.
So do you think school children should not be required to be vaccinated in public schools?
No, I would be against mandates at all.
For any vaccines?
For any vaccine.
Okay, I'm glad we established that. All right.
Bro's actually does. Can you imagine being forced to go to school with the grubbiest, nastiest, most disgusting kids ever because their parents believe that like making sure they don't get sick should be illegal? That's crazy. I don't listen. My children shouldn't be forced to be around your disgusting, gross, grody, disease-ridden rats. Just because you want to cosplay a plague rat doesn't mean we all have to be forced to be around you. That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't be forced to be around you. You should be forced to stay away from the rest of us.
I want to turn to the war in the Middle East, because we've seen anti-Semitism skyrocket in this country since the October 7th attack.
Oh, no.
In July, you said this. Watch.
COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact.
Bro, he may actually genuinely be illiterate. We may find ourselves having our first genuinely illiterate presidential nominee make it as far as he might. It's very possible. It's very possible. It's because other races are getting sick from a certain disease more than others doesn't mean that it's ethnically targeted. Have you ever heard of environmental factors before, you dumb piece of shit? What are you talking about? He said, oh, one type of people are getting hurt more than another type of people. That must mean that they're being ethnically targeted. Are you stupid? Black people are usually poor in areas with that lead to worse that lead to worse environmental health outcomes, and usually have worse health than other types of people, leading to them having more comorbidities, leading to them getting sick and dying more. Health comes. Got any health comes in chat? Ethnics live in his head rent free. Ethnically cleansed via vaccines. I'm health cum diabetic. Yeah, like more black people have kidney problems, blood pressure issues, diabetes, obesity, all these types of things are, guess what? COVID comorbidities. They make the likelihood of you getting COVID and being sick and dying more likely. And so he's just like, oh yeah, that must mean that they made COVID attack these people. Obviously, the Caucasoids and the Negroids. They're comor. Yeah, sickle cell anemia. That one as well. Isn't death a COVID comorbidity? So true. Bro's bringing like the newfangled anti-Semitism to chat.
Regardless of the science, do you understand why people saw those remarks as anti-Semitic?
Well, I can understand why people were disturbed by those remarks. They certainly weren't anti-Semitic.
They were not?
No, of course not. I was talking about a true study, an NIH-funded study that showed that the docking site on the furin cleave, where it docks with the ACE2 receptor in the human lung, is more compatible with certain races and less compatible with other races.
I've looked at the study in question. I am not a scientist, so I just want to stick with how this was. There was a group that called on you not to testify before Congress after these remarks because they pointed them as being anti-Semitic. Congressman Jared Moskowitz said his entire family got COVID and that your remarks were problematic. Do you wish you hadn't said them? Would you take them back?
Well, I wish I hadn't said them. You know, what I said was true. And I said in a group where we were told it was Chatham House rules.
So it's Google Scholar's fault. Listen, it's Google Scholar. How else am I supposed to Google this type of shit and then come out to the correct opinion? What am I supposed to do? Ask a professional or something? Come on. You can't blame me for this. Also, Sake Tanuki, thanks so much for the incredible 20 gifted. It's freeloader day. The freeloaders are eating so good. Freeloaders, I hope you're enjoying it. Oh my goodness, I've never seen freeloaders be blessed this. It's been a long time since freeloaders have been blessed this hard. But thank you so much, Sake Tanuki, with the 20 gifted subs. I just want someone to pull a Patrick Moore trick and ask an anti-vaxxer, would you like some polio? We have a syringe with some right here. Oh, can you imagine that? It's like an Oprah episode, but then everybody in the audience is an anti-vaxxer. And then she goes, all right, everyone, look under your seats. And they're like, ooh, yeah, car, I hope it's a Tesla. Huh? And she's like, it's a polio vaccine. And they're like, no. It's not to cure polio. It's got polio in it. It's a polio vaccine. We're going to give you polio. Everybody has an iron lung waiting for them in the green room. All right, we have your own personalized iron lung. It's the Build a Lung Foundation came. You can put bejewels on it. You know, you can write your name on it. You can put a laser engrave a design on the glass. There's a lot of things you can do. We got you, brother. We got you so bad. It's one free polio dose for everybody. Can you imagine that? And they're like, I don't know if I want to do that. And they're like, nah, take it. And they start to like shuffle out of their seat. They want to go home. They have like the goddamn producers hiding in like fucking ghillie suits with blow dart guns going. Don't move. You're getting your polio whether you like it or not, brother. Nobody move. We can do this the easy way or the hard. You can give yourself the polio, or we can do it for you. You got the option here. Yo, can you imagine an anti-vaxxer Saw movie? Like you kidnap all of them and you put them in a room. They wake up with a syringe in their thigh and the fucking TV turns on. Would you like to play a game? We've injected you with 27 doses of polio, 3 doses of the bubonic plague, and 1 dose of shingles. All of the vaccines that have been scientifically proven to stop the progression of these diseases are right there on the table next to you. You have 1 day until the symptoms start. After that, you have 2 days until your death is imminent. What shall you do? We have 3 vaccines that you can take. 1 ivermectin, the horse dewormer, a syringe full of bleach, and a vaccine medically proven to cure all of these diseases with 100% efficacy. How many conservatives do you think would make it out of the room? That's my question to you guys. What percentage of if you put like 100 conservatives in that room and you gave them all polio, lock them in a room, give them polio and give them the vaccine to cure polio, how many do you think are going to actually make it out? Well, you give them the vaccine to cure polio along with a vaccine of bleach and a vaccine of ivermectin, the horse dewormer. How many do you think are going to make it out? I'm giving Jubilee ideas. Oh, that'd be crazy. Can you even imagine that? That'd be crazy. We gave 25 conservatives polio and the option to take the vaccine to cure it. How many will escape? Some would try all three. They'd be doing the vaccine jungle juice. Oh, they'd be taking a hit of the jungle juice. I see. All right. It's the Netflix Squid Game show. They would all simply perish.
Going public, and the only reason I wouldn't talk publicly about this, which is a true study, is that I know that there's people out there who are anti-Semitic and can misuse any information. Oh, the people that you're talking about on the Democratic Committee are, we're all Democratic Committee members who don't like me because I'm running against President Biden. Now, at the same time, they were accusing me of anti-Semitism in Congress. They were also saying I was a Zionist. So it's hard to be both of those things.
That's not true. Have you ever heard of a man named Benjamin Netanyahu? That's actually incredibly untrue. Have you seen most people who personally identify as Zionists? Most of them are anti-Semitic. Yes. Anti-Semitic does not equal Jew. I'm going to tell you this now. Most of them are very anti-Semitic.
To reconcile both of those things, what it shows is that in this political system, in this very, very toxic political system, people will say things that are simply not true about you.
So sticking with this topic, because you raised this Zionism question, you also in 2022 had this to say at a rally opposing COVID mandates. Watch.
Even in Hitler's Germany, you could...
I'm gonna tell you this right now. I would have told him to not start off with that. I don't know if there's any sentence that you can provide after that that'd be good for you and your campaign. The perfect Well, even in Nazi Germany, stop. So you do not by any means have to hand it to the Nazis. You don't. Best way to start is top 10 ways to not start a sentence with RFK Jr. Sorry.
Even in Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps into Switzerland. You can hide in an attic like Anne Frank did. Today, the mechanisms are being put in place that will make it so none of us can run and none of us can hide.
What? What are you saying? Anne Frank couldn't hide in an attic. That's the whole reason why we know her story is because she got caught. What do you say? What are you talking about? Man, what do you mean? We have this clip on speed dial here. Even in Nazi Germany, you at least could escape the Nazis. Just like Anne Frank, well-known Jewish person, famous for being able to completely escape the Nazis. Yes. He's actually yapping like crazy. He's waffling like crazy.
So your wife, Cheryl Hines, put out a tweet that called those remarks reprehensible and insensitive.
He's getting bodied by his own wife? What? Can you... Bro, hang it up. Stop. You can't be getting bodied by your own wife. You can't get clowned on by wifey. Even wifey says you're cringe? I'm telling you, if my girlfriend came out to say that I'm cringe with something I said on stream, I wouldn't go live for a week and a half. You're out of your mind, man. Yeah, the crazy thing about it is like when it comes to these type of when it comes to guys in general, like 90% of the time, okay, and there's like a great 10% where the women are usually the ones in the wrong. Like I feel like a large chunk of the time you need to listen to your girlfriend. I feel like the world would be better if they listened to their girlfriends more. If they're just your girlfriend, your wife, where they tell you to stop, you know. Like honestly, I can't tell you how many times I've seen a guy act out and then somebody is like, where's this man's woman? She needs to come collect him immediately. And they do, and then they slink off. They slink off like crazy because you know they knew they did something wrong. You know you did something wrong when your wife comes out to tell you that you need to stop. Wife comes, you say something cringe and wife goes, it needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Lady, come collect your mans. Come collect your mans, lady. This is wild to me. My husband's reference to Anne Frank's mandate at a mandate rally in DC was reprehensible and insensitive. His opinions are not reflected on my own. Holy crap, can you imagine if you said something so bad that your wife has to put out like a sort of company his opinions do not reflect my own? You know those people who have like views on my own and they're like all the views on this account of my own a follow is not an endorsement. She actually has to write a marriage is not an endorsement for his ideas. I think he's a nice guy when he's at home, but I can't vouch for what he does when he opens his mouth. I'm sorry. Bro, give it up. Your wife is telling you to stop. Give it up. What's that one clip from that one what's that one clip from that one Adult Swim show where he's like, bro, dude, what are you doing here? Go home to your wife and kids. You're so old, man. What are you doing here? Go home to your wife and kids. That's what I'm telling you, man. Go home. Go home.
Is she right?
No, she's not right. But it was something that needed to be said at that time.
I'm so serious with you. I don't think I'll almost ever trust a guy who says that his wife is not right. When somebody goes, is your wife right? And you say, nah, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a 99% chance that he's actually wrong. Ain't no way.
Because CNN, particularly Jake Tapper, who I know is very, very close to you.
More like Jake Crapper.
Took those remarks and misinterpreted and mischaracterized.
Well,
I mean, you
looks
put
like
it up
you
there.
are comparing it to comparing COVID to what happened in Hitler's Germany.
No, I never
during
did
the Holocaust.
that. You show the whole clip. That's not what I was
play
doing.
Play it again. Play the clip.
I don't want to play that again. I want to show what I was saying before that. If you can do that, you should play it again. What you're doing is misleading the public right now. What I was saying is
go
that
ahead,
right
buddy.
now we're living in a time with artificial intelligence, AI, with GPS, with facial recognition systems, with hundreds of thousands of low-altitude satellites that are looking at every part of the Earth every day, and that these.
Can you imagine that there's somebody sitting in a dark room 500 feet under the Earth's crust in a government bunker, looking through the lens of a low altitude telescope, watching you beat your meat through your window on in a midday on your off day, and sending the police to your house because they haven't seen you get your vaccine? That you didn't come back for your vaccine booster? That's crazy. Hello, NASA. Yeah, he's like straight up people stare at you as you beat your meat as they're watching you through your window. That's crazy. I'm so scared. I'd be so scared. I'd be very scared. Yeah, every single 3-letter agent is watching you. Everybody has their own assigned 3-letter agent who's watching them beat their meat through their window or webcam, through a low altitude satellite, or through your webcam you accidentally left on. Oh, please let him bring up microchips and vaccines. That'd be crazy if he went on the whole that'd be insane if bro went on the whole 5G. You know what's crazy to me is because that SpongeBob movie where Plankton put the chum bucket hat on everybody who went to his restaurant, but then activated it and they all became like chum bucket zombies. Republicans looked at that and were like, holy crap, it's real. This is just like what's happening to me. It's happening to me. It's just like, he's just like me for real. I'm also getting microchipped. Somebody help me. True and real. The SpongeBob movie was a documentary. Many didn't listen.
This is a kind of turnkey totalitarianism. These are methods for control and surveillance that if you get the wrong person in government, a tyrant, that they can misuse those. It's been the ambition of every totalitarian.
What does this have to do with vaccines, bro?
To control every aspect of human behavior. We erected a constitution in the United States with a Bill of Rights as a bulwark against that kind of control. What we ought to be doing right now is building up those rights to make sure that now this very, very frightening technology cannot be used to suppress the rights of the American people. That's what I was saying. I was not comparing COVID lockdowns to Hitler's Germany.
You did say even in Hitler Germany, you could cross the Alps into Switzerland. You can hide in an attic like it. Do you understand why people were upset by this?
And now you can't. I understand why people are upset with your interpretation.
Yes, that's a comparison. Are you crazy? He's like, well, if you compare these two things, Nazi Germany was actually better and easier for you to escape from, citing one of the number one known instances where somebody wasn't able to escape and then goes, I wasn't making a comparison. Put this man in jail. Joseph R. Biden actually made it so that there's more spaces in federal jail now by doing away with many of the convictions and doing a blanket what's it called? Oh no, what's it called? Heck, I am papengying. Oh no, pardon. Thank you, bestie. Oh, is this an F? Is this an F situation right now? Are we dropping frames? Yeah, I'm vaxxed. That's why I froze there. Yeah, Joseph R. Biden Jr. opened up some new spaces in federal jails by pardoning a bunch of low-level drug offenders and marijuana possessioners. So honestly, there's space for him and people like him. There is space. It was we were getting hit with the 5G blast attack. Oh, crazy.
Interpretation of it, your mischaracterization that I was comparing.
Yeah, commuting sentences to you.
Lockdowns, which
Clemency.
I never did.
Thank you.
We do not have a longer version of the clip. I do think that the clip that we have is very clear, but I will make sure that we look at the further remarks as well. Before I let you go, I pulled this piece you wrote in 2004 about the John Kerry, and you questioned whether or not the 2004 election was stolen, and you raise a lot of points about, particularly in Ohio. And my question for you is actually about the 2020 election, because this is something that is front and center here in the 2024 election. Do you believe that the 2020 election was fair and that Joe Biden is the legitimate president of the United States?
Oh, here we go.
I believe that George W. Bush was the legitimate election, legitimate president after he took the oath of office.
Okay.
As even though that I believe that there were irregularities in that election and in 2001, which most Democrats believe that Al Gore won the 2001 election. What I've said is that
okay, but like the Supreme Court did literally hand the election to Bush. That did literally happen, but
people who say that there's things that are broken with the election system should not be punished. They shouldn't be derided. They shouldn't be characterized as undemocratic. Do I believe that Biden won the election? I do, but I have not gone into detail to examine it. My belief is that he did.
Do you think it's legitimate for Donald Trump to say that he won the election?
Well, I think that I think Donald Trump did something
you can have an opinion,
which is to deliberately try to fix the election, to get people to change things that they knew to be true. But in terms of people on the street.
Wait, my thing is, you know what's super. Here's the thing, okay? Is because, yeah, he did get people to try to change the election. Yeah, like when he called Brad Raffensperger and told him to find 12,000 more votes. And when he came out and said that he won the election in Arizona when he literally didn't. And trying to tell people that they were like pushing through more ballots and trying to throw away Trump ballots when that wasn't true. And trying to attack and demonize volunteer voter machine and poll workers for trying to overturn the election and being in the pocket of Nancy Pelosi when they're literally just doing their job when he lost. And another call came out from Michigan where he was trying to get Michigan to be able to overturn the election as well. It's very clear here. It's very clear here what he was trying to do. He wasn't, and the thing is, what's there to fix? He's like trying to fix elections. What's there to fix? They're not broken. You can't say that things need to be fixed, and what you mean is things need to be rigged in a way where I win more. If it's not fixed, what is there? If it's not broken, what is there to fix? Bring me something that you think is broken, and then we can talk about it. But until then, conservatives don't bring you real things that are broken because nothing's actually broken. It's fine. If he's just like, we need more security when it comes to where, and more, we need more security and we need more transparency when it comes to where ballots go in their history. You need to be able to track them. Sure, fine. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that the elections were stolen. People stole them from me. I won and they lost because they lied and they cheated and they rigged the election against me who won. That's what's being said here. They were in Arizona. They were literally looking for bamboo fibers in machines that were made in China because they think that the Chinese workers were literally pandas putting it together under the watchful eye of Xi Jinping, edited, like tampered with to turn Trump votes into Biden votes. China. They literally believe that the ghost of Hugo Chavez was inside of some voting machines to be able to turn some votes from Trump to Biden. What? Some of you all haven't heard the story. We have a whole video up on it. We have a whole video of it up on the channel, and the history of the the Republicans' assault on the voter system in Arizona. Who remembers back in the 2020 election, people like outside of like voter booths in like Phoenix, Arizona, making a little circle like they're the deacons of the deep, like praying at the praying at the election center, hoping that Biden won, hoping that Trump won and stopping Biden votes from being counted, like the whole stop the vote type thing, stop the count type thing. That wasn't just then. Those people who were like singing hymns to be able to change votes from from Biden to Trump, all right, and to stop Biden votes from being counted, to stop the steal, stop the count, and then change to stop the steal, all right. Those people were then hired by Republican by Republican Congress people and firms put through by Republican Congress people to be able to research and redo the ballots, and they were sitting there in gymnasiums, crisscross applesauce, recounting votes by hand, just like strewn about the floor. Okay, and one of the stated things that they were looking for was bamboo fibers because they believed that these voting machines were made in China. And so here, let me pull this up for you. Oh, get on my face, brother. Arizona Republicans hunt for bamboo-laced China ballots in 2020 audit effort. Among the conspiracy theories driving the exercise in Maricopa County is one that suggests 40,000 ballots were flown in from Asia. Xi Jinping and his army of evil, malevolent, Mandarin-speaking, bamboo-munching pandas were made 40,000 ballots and express trip flew them to Arizona Maricopa County to put them in just in case Trump was pulling ahead too far, so that he could actually win. It's actually racism to another level. I'm being dead ass. What were they smoking and where can I get it? I'm being dead ass. Here's one of the people, okay? We've watched this before. If you want to watch it, oh no! Well, if you want to see this video, because I remember this video. If you want to, oh, it's here. It's just shitty Twitter being shitty. If you want to watch like the whole thing, we played it on the channel a little while ago. You can just search Arizona on the channel, and we cover this whole thing. It's an incredible thing.
The other day at the press conference, you were talking about bamboo. What was that about?
Well, is that there's accusations that 40,000 ballots were flown in.
Thank you, Twitter. Very cool.
The other day at the press conference, you were talking about bamboo. What was that about?
Well, is that there's accusations that 40,000 ballots were flown in.
Oh. It's actually just broken. Elon literally just broke it. That's crazy.
We were talking about
accusations of, okay, and it came from the southeast part of the world, Asia.
I had to skip it.
Okay, and what they're doing is to find out if there's bamboo in the paper. That camera right there, that they take a picture of the ballot, they can really look at depth and find out, is it a hand-marked paper ballot? Because it's a 5K camera. You can see the folds in the ballot because 92% of all the ballots here should have been folded because they came in through an envelope. Okay, and so they're doing all sorts of testing to prove if it was or wasn't, and that's very important because the only way you can persuade people on changing is having facts.
So yeah, during the Arizona audit, they are absolutely looking for bamboo fibers. Yes. Yes. These are the facts. We need some facts. We need some facts in here, bro. Anyways, oh, and then after that, they were sending people to people's houses to be able to ask them if this really was their ballots, and they were like antagonizing people about whether or not they voted for Trump or Biden. Anyways, yeah, that's what was going on there. They spent millions of, just so you know, they spent millions of dollars, and by their count, 5,000 cameras to look for bamboo fibers. Yep.
Who ask about the legitimacy of the election, do I think that they should be dismissed as crazy people? No, I think their questions should be answered. They should be allowed to produce evidence. We all should be allowed to debate it, and we should be debating it without vitriol. There are questions with our election system, and there was a study that came out by the New York Times this week that said that 1 out of every 5 mail-in ballot, people who sent mail-in ballots, that 1 out of every 5 of them said that they had cheated. So, we need...
I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I was asked whether or not I cheated in 2020, on a poll, I would say yes. Mostly because it's just fuck you. I'm so honest. I would simply just say yes. If you're asking me that question, then you know what? Yeah, I did cheat. mostly because I wanted to. I cheated so hard. I actually cheated more than anybody has ever cheated in the history of mankind. I cheated so bad that I had on 5 pairs of pants, 3 shirts, and 4 jackets with 3 hats on, okay? And every single time I voted, I took off a hat and put on a new hat, and then I went around the building and voted, and then I took off my jacket and then put on a new one and then voted, and then I took off my pants to change out into different pants and then go around the building and I voted again. I'm telling you right now that I did personally 7,000 votes for Biden on election day. And I still had time to stream. That's because I was given that's because I was given the votey no me fruit by Nancy Pelosi. It showed up on my doorstep one day in a package labeled Viva la Revolution. And I was supposed to take it, and it helps me vote 10 times in a row. With 1 vote equals 10 votes. So I was able to actually do that. It was great. It's fantastic. You're a genius. Thank you. Every time I vote for Biden, the more black I become. He gives back a little bit of my melanin every time I vote for him. It's not my fault. He's holding my melanin for ransom. And he says he's not giving me back my melanin until I vote for him. I cheated while getting multiple abortions for fun. Yeah, the crazy thing about liberals in 2020 is that they got multiple abortions and then they took the aborted fetuses and were able to breathe black magic into them to be able to have them walk again. And then like the little like drowning babies in The Witcher, the video game, and then they had them float their way to the voter booth on election day. Like every liberal woman actually had 10 aborted fetuses with them, all with fake IDs, so they were able to vote. Yeah, they had 10 botchlings that they took with them to the voter booth to be able to vote as many times as possible. It's kind of crazy what liberals have, how far liberals have will go to be able to stop Donald Trump from being in office. It's wild. It gets boring after the 50th. That's true. That's why you got to mix it up. You got to put headphones in and listen to a podcast. It's not the most fun, but like the CIA check really does hit. Even aborted fetuses knew Biden was the better choice. Yeah, it's crazy how that works out. You know how people were like, I would vote for Biden even if he was dead? The craziest thing about it is that dead people feel the same way about Biden. Yeah, you like to mix it up every once in a while. Every 50 votes for Biden, you do 1 for Trump to stop it from being so boring. Sidney Powell practically said crazy things such as this. Sidney Powell actually recently pleaded guilty to her Dominion suit and wrote an "I'm sorry" letter that was 1 sentence long. Right here, can I find this? Yeah, apology letters by Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro in Georgia election case are 1 sentence long. The apology letters that Donald Trump allied lawyers Sidney Powell and Chesebro were required to write as a condition for their plea deals in the Georgia election interference case are just 1 sentence. The letters obtained Thursday by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution through an open records request were handwritten and terse. Neither letter acknowledges the legitimacy of Joe Biden or denounce what they said in 2020. I apologize for my actions in connection with the events in Coffee County, Powell wrote On the 19th, she pleaded guilty to 6 misdemeanor. This is the plea deal, just so you know, not what she was actually being charged of. To 6 misdemeanor accusations of her conspiring to intentionally interfere with the performance of election duties. I apologize to the citizens of the state of Georgia and to Fulton County for my involvement in the count 15 of the indictment. And that's just it. I'm sorry. And that's just how it goes. She has a Voss chin, just not the beard. That's kind of crazy. Chase, bro.
Listen,
Wait,
what I've recommended.
I'm sorry. I don't. That 1 in 5 people who mailed in ballots say that they cheated on the election.
You go ahead and look up the article. This is what, you know,
Google it, bro.
Look, I think we've established here there have been several times when you've said things to me that we've been able to prove are not the case. So I just I don't have that. I don't have that to hand.
You had one quotation of me that I did use unfortunate language because it seemed much more expansive than I intended, and I apologize for that. You have not shown me multiple times. You showed me one time.
There's just one. There's just one.
Forgive me if that has caused me to make sure that I just want to make sure that I do not have the information on this study, and I just want to make sure that our viewers
you should look it up.
Understand.
I could be mistaken about the study, but that I believe it was yesterday. But in any rate, I think, what I advocated in that article and elsewhere is that we have paper ballots everywhere, that we not rely on machines. Okay. There's a whole city called Las Vegas.
All right. Well, I think that's a great place to end it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, RFK. There's a whole city. It's called Las Vegas. Never heard of it. I do know the city with the big dome. I do know the Gigadome city. That place is really cool. That's great. Las Vegas, the city. Thank you. There's a whole place. It's called Las Vegas. You gotta check it out, man. They shouldn't be dismissed. Listen, here's the thing. A lot of those election people, they weren't dismissed. They made sure they weren't being dismissed by having like 10 people write 3,000 letters of them claiming that there were problems and irregularities in the election system. They weren't dismissed. They were able to go to court. Here's the thing. Conservatives hate going to court. The reason why is because they almost always lose when they go to court. These conservatives, ever since 2020, courts have been asking, pleading, begging for these people to bring information to them to prove that they were telling the truth and shouldn't be sued. None of them. Huh? What's going on? Are we okay? We doing good? I'm back. I left. But now I'm back. The Kraken got him. Yeah, they released the Kraken on my ass. They tried to crack in my asshole. Lord save me. Big crack in my asshole. Anyways, thank you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Very interesting. Very cool. Guys, does anybody know about the series Witch Hat Atelier? Somebody told me it was really good, and I bought volume 1 of the Mango. Heard about it, haven't seen anything about it. I heard the art is great. I heard the story is a little simple, but it's really cool. Witch Hat now. Witch Hat Atelier. I'm off. Have a good day. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna start soon. Me too. Atelier is It's such a fun word, though. I don't know what that means, but it is pretty fun. You got me. Oh no, it's RFK. It means artisan shop. Okay, I heard somebody ask, there was this thing on Twitter the other day. They were like, girlfriends need to start asking their boyfriends this one simple question. Would you rather be a pirate or a cow? Wait, what was it? It was like pirate, cowboy, or something else. Yeah, pirate, cowboy, or samurai. Yeah, would you, women need to start asking their boyfriends, would they rather be a cowboy, a pirate, or a samurai? So which ones do you got, chat? Let me know. Pirate, cowboy, or samurai? Samurai, cowboy? I'm going to beat you. You can only pick one. Little special ass trying to be creative. Can I choose a specific pirate? Sure. I mean, like, you're just picking pirate. If you want to be a specific pirate, go ahead. If you want to, like, specialize as a part of your class, find samurai. I want to be Luffy. I want to be all for one. Now you're getting the beating. Wait, can I be a One Piece pirate? You just pick pirate. You can be a One Piece pirate if you want, but the category is pirate. For me, I'm going to tell you now, I'd rather be a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I'd rather be a cowboy. Because it's cool, it's fun, and here's the thing. I was thinking about it because I don't really want to be a samurai. You're just basically a cop, and that's not very fun. I want to be a cowboy because, for one, you go yeehaw, okay? And that's great. Two, you get to be like a farmer as well, all right? And that sounds pretty fun. Three is because you can also be free without, like, and the possibility of you drowning is actually way lower than if you're a pirate. And I heard drowning kind of hurts. And so I was thinking, but you lose the ability to have a ship if you're not a pirate. But the thing is, if you think about it, when it comes to being a cowboy, your horse is your ship. Because you know how, like, they're like, oh, the ship is a part of the crew? Well, the horse is a part of the crew, and the horse can have his own little personality. And you can ask him things like, whoa, the hair is silver. You can be like, you smell that? And there's trouble in the air. And then he goes, meow. You know what I'm talking about? The ship just creaks. The horse can answer you back. He, like, keeps watch over you and whatnot. That's your buddy right there. Wide open range. I hate horses. Okay. I don't really like horses either, but I'd be okay if one became my friend. I'd want a crew of mad lads. You can also have a crew if you're a pirate, if you're a cowboy, and they all have their own little ships too. You can only sleep in your horse once, Shark. I'm not trying to do that. Did you come from the Voss stream? This is a different stream. Listening while you prep for your move? Oh, I hope the move goes well. Take care, bestie. And thank you for listening. Space pirate versus space cowboy. Here's the thing, it's the same thing. I hate to tell you, but it's like literally the same thing. Also, unfortunately, samurai also ride horses, just not as much. No, cowboys protect loot. Pirates collect loot. What are you talking about? You never been like the town ain't big enough for us, and then you know you're fighting other cowboys, and you're like you robbing banks and stuff, and like holding up the local bar and stuff. Like what are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's bandits. They're also cowboys. God forbid men have hobbies. Space Bandito. I'm looking at this picture of this service dog here, and I'm seeing that he's like a Mexican service dog or something, which is so funny. Because his like service dog vest just says dog of therapy, which is really cute. It just is so cute. That's a dog. It's a dog of therapy. It says therapy dog. Dog of therapy. It's cute. I love his little dog of therapy vest. He's a big boy. He's a little large, but that just means there's more of him to hug. I like when they have signs that say, please don't touch me, I'm working. Can we start putting that on like service workers in who work at like service workers who work at like, you know, McDonald's or like Walmart or something? I think the world would be a better place if like on your uniform you had things that are like, please don't touch me, I'm working. Don't pet me, I'm working.
This meme is very real.
I feel like it would go crazy. As a busser, I get touched by a lot of servers and I hate it. Really? Oh, you get a lot by the server? You get touched a lot by the servers? Really? That's crazy. Why hasn't some rock formation ever been called Rio del Lobo or Rock of the Wolf? I don't know. I'm not Mexican. I'm not Mexican. I'm not Mexican. I asked to go to Mexico once before with one of my friends, Coral, and she said we're not going to Mexico, and I was like, why? And she was like, my grandparents told me don't go to Mexico because you'll like have to go through like a back road or something, and then if you do that, then you're going to be like assaulted by the cartel, and if you're a girl, they're going to try to kidnap you for the cartel king or something, and then make you his cartel bitch slave. And I was like, that doesn't sound very fun. They're like, you have to cosplay as poor while you're down there. You can't wear nice stuff, or else you'll be killed and kidnapped by the cartel. I don't know how true this is, but her grandparents are literally from Mexico. So maybe there's like some truth to it, or maybe they're just being racist against Mexico, even though they're from there. Who knows at this point? That sounds like something from a Disney movie. I mean, it's possible, I guess. Any favorite albums of the year? I'm gonna say something that a lot of people don't want to hear, but I don't really listen to music, and I haven't listened to a single album this year. And so my answer is no. I don't have an album that I like this year. I haven't listened to an album this year. I have not. JJK intro, duh. You are my special. Listen to video game OSTs. I used to listen to some Cuphead boss music. I mean, it's all good, but it's actually just good music at that point. But outside of that, no, I don't really listen to video game OST music. I don't really listen to any music, honestly. Have you played Super Mario Bros. Wonder yet? Yeah, we've been playing it on stream. You haven't seen it? What do you listen to dishonestly? Sometimes what's his name, Acrylo or something, those like rap remixes with like old Nintendo music over it, or like anime music over it. I listen to some of those little dishonestly, because would I ever put those on outside of just when I'm kind of feeling it? Nah. Would I say it's necessarily good music? Nah, not really.
We can't let that happen.
Thank you, DeSantis. Yo, did you see that both DeSantis and Ramaswamy stopped playing ads in Iowa like a month before the Iowa caucus for the Republicans is about to hit? It's actually like kind of over. It's actually like so over. They've both given up. They're broke. And this is after both of them have been going on to YouTube channels to be able to express why they deserve to win the election. Ramaswamy was just on the Nelk Boys, and DeSantis is like trying to pop up everywhere. It's pretty sad. Yo, did you see that Israel bombed Jesus's home when on Christmas? Did you see that? Israel started to like level Jesus's home on Christmas, on the day we celebrate as his birthday. They what? Yeah, they started to bomb Bethlehem on Christmas. Yeah. Israel hits Bethlehem on Christmas raids on occupied West Bank. And the West Bank too. And the Christians aren't reacting. A lot of like American Christians don't care about Palestinian Christians or like the oldest churches in the world on that are still controlled by Palestinians. They do not care. Israel's been bombing some of the oldest Christian monuments in the world, like thousands of year old Christian monuments and holy places that are just being leveled. And this is after like the thousands and thousands of year old Muslim holy places are being leveled. So yeah, they just kind of don't care, which is kind of crazy to me. It's kind of insane to me, but yeah, they just kind of aren't really that Christian. They're just pro-Israel blowing up things and don't really care about anything else. I'm telling you now, I'm pretty sure that like 50% of registered Republicans would be okay with Israel bombing the Vatican. I'm 100% honest with you. A lot of them would come up with a justification for why they needed to bomb the Vatican. As long as Israel said that they heard that they were they sent like an ICBM and then just like hit the Holy See, and then they just claimed that there was like a Hamas tunnel under the Holy See, I'm telling you that they would make justifications for it. They already are trying to say that the Pope is a gay demon because he says that you shouldn't hang trans people and you should be nice to them instead. So honestly, at this point, he's might as well be a goner for them. I know what goodies they got under the Vatican. Did Bethlehem condemn Hamas? Apparently not hard enough. They already say the Pope's woke. Okay, so we got that done. We got that done. What next? You know what? Let's finally finish World War Swift before it becomes a bigger issue. We got to do World War Swift, everyone. The time has come. World War what? World War Swift. The conservatives have finally, they're not pussyfooting around anymore. They have declared war on Taylor Swift. The time has come. They're done for. Are the Swifties ready for war? That's their secret. They're always in a perpetual state of war. You love this music? Well, I got some good news for you, because you're going to be stuck with it for a little while longer, because I'm going to be going to the bathroom because I've got to pee. Anyways, nothing I do is performative. Did you know that?
Nothing I do is performative.
That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy thing about me. Enjoy these sharks sharking around. Hasan is going to be here. He's going to say something transphobic, okay? And enjoy the stream for a little while, all right? I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Have some fun.
This meme is very real.
We are so back. There we go. We're back. While I was gone, did Hasan say anything homophobic or transphobic, racist, or anti-Semitic? Did he praise Hamas or anything while I was gone? The entire time, extremely anti-Semitic. He invented 3 new slurs? That's crazy. Now I see why Twitch pays him the big bucks. He called me the N-word, an nincompoop. He said Ashkenazi. That's crazy. Good golly, Miss Molly. Not the Ashkenazi. The beats always go hard. Shark, thank you. Yeah, no problem. I love doing good music here. It's what makes us who we are. What happened? Apparently Hasan responded to Kafalis. Is that true? She has a new slideshow. She has a new manifesto. I'm tired of you're tired of drama? We don't do much drama here, so every now and again we scoop some up. Every now and again we take a little sip. We take a sip from the drama tree. Please don't. Thank you, Biden. Honestly, I needed that to bring me back on track. I needed that one to bring me back down to earth. Also, I accidentally touched my glasses and I can see the smudge and it makes me really sad. 1 second. So we'll chill out for a second. We'll chill out for a second while I get these clean. Here we go. Oh yeah. Dude, Tittygate's been crazy with the whole like Twitch thing. How they were like, we're going to let through artistic nudity. And then did you all see like artists on Twitch drawing massive like furry dog cocks for their stream? That stuff was crazy. It blew my mind. Like people look through their like the art section and it was like cock, penis, pussy, penis, vagoober, schlong, vagooba slong. So it was like both of them combined and it was crazy. Are they having fun? Possibly too much. They were, but like possibly too much, possibly even too much. Very cool. Thank you, Twitch. Very cool. I saw it for 3 minutes, but then I needed to clean up. Oh yeah, I feel you. Is anyone really surprised? Yeah. Never saw cock. Looks like you were in different places that a lot of other people were. I saw a screenshot of the whole thing and it was like giga cock. It was like all pino, all peener. I was a little spooked. But anyways, that happened. You saw tits? Oh man. Oh, that's where you were. You were in the good spot. You were where it was going down on. Going down at, not on, sorry. It was going down where you were at. Here, let's rephrase it. There we go. With that being said, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, anyways, it was there for a while, and then people were like, not only can you do like not only can you like draw cock, I can probably be cock. And so they were like, let's just stream almost butt ass naked and see what goes on. And so people started to do that too, and it was kind of crazy. And then they were like, this is obviously not going the way that I wanted it to. And so they removed it. And then people were trying to do some other stuff. And that's when, like, some people are calling it black bar meta, where there was an idea that some OnlyFans girls who had like Twitch accounts were doing, where they were like, let's pretend we're butt ass naked, but in all actuality we're just wearing like really like revealing clothing, but then put black bars over the clothing to make it look like we're butt ass naked. And so that's what was going on for a while. And then people started to do stuff like that for some time. And now people are being banned for that too. So like the whole cock and titty gate thing has been, it's really been quite the ride. I thought you meant penis tuber. Yeah, there's like booby tubers, and there's like titty streamers, titty streamers, and penis tubers. This is literally 1984. Oh yeah, then Boogie2988, that streamer, that content creator who like had a documentary about how broke he was, recently like went butt ass naked with his balls hanging out of his belly fat, live on stream, and that was pretty insane. That one was pretty wild. And then everybody got banned. And so I think it's kind of over now. In my, like, from what I've seen, it seems to be kind of over now. But yeah, it was a wild ride for a while there. No clue why people decide to do that type of stuff, but you know, you got to get that cash somehow, I guess. You got to get that moolah somehow. All right, let me probably. Oh, did I save this? Is this around 3, 9, 17, 30, 49? Is this correct? Here, let me 1 second. 1 second. One whole second. Boop boop. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is correct. Get rid of that. My World War Swift segment is a little all over the place at the moment, unfortunately. I'm gonna mute this really quick on your end. Okay, here we go. Give me one singular memento, okay? I'm gonna put together some incredible stuff for you. I'm gonna put something remarkable together for you. Okay. I guess it's time to ride. Are you all ready to dive into the wild world of World War Swift? A war that's been raging under our noses for quite some time now that I hadn't spent too much time thinking of, but has started to go crazy. All right? It's been raging. The war has been raging, but only recently has it taken a much bigger leap into the mainstream. Buckle up, gamers. Some of you might be thinking, Shark, why in the world are you talking about Taylor Swift? Well, all right. T-Squiggle. She's my best friend, okay? Friend of the stream, Miss Taylor. I love that 30-year-old woman. That being said, the real reason why we're talking about her today is because of something that I would like to call World War Swift, which is the Cold War that has started to move into a hot war between Taylor Swift and the conservative American apparatus. And you may be talking about, Shark, what are you talking about? Well, let me talk to you about something, all right? The talking heads on the conservative right have decided that their new target, no longer Mr. Potato Head's non-existent French fry, if you know what I mean. No longer is it Aunt Jemima or the little Native American girl on the butter. No longer is it even trans peepo or affirmative action. No. Now it's Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift has catapulted herself really into the news and into the minds of conservative America recently, mostly because of the fact that she is now actually getting into some of the things that they at least like to say that they enjoy. She is in a friendship, relationship, whatever, with Travis Kelce, football player. I don't watch football that much, but I do know that. She even went to an NFL game, and this is the response that she got. Anyways, they're really hating her. They're really hating her. The conservatives won't let her ruin their God-loving football sport, even though this is like the fourth time that they've boycotted the NFL. I thought none of them were watching the NFL anymore. I thought they were boycotting the NFL after like the BLM thing and then like the trans thing and like basically everything. They talk about how they're boycotting the NFL like every year, but then watch it every single time. It's almost like they don't actually care. But anyways, she went to go watch her friend, boyfriend, whatever play. She got booed in the stadium. People were making memes about it as well. It was a little funny. I can't lie. Madden 2024 PS5. Some of them are really sloppy. Some of them are really sloppy. Really sloppy. Obviously, the Facebook memes were going crazy. I was lying to you when I said that they were funny. These barely got any traction because they're all really unfunny, actually. That bitch rooted against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. She grew up outside of Philly. Heck, fuck the Eagles. We hate the Eagles. That is true. We do hate the Eagles here. And on this stream, we hate the Eagles. Why do they care so much? Because they hate Taylor Swift because she's one of them feminist women destroying the country and she, with her feminism and she, you know, she's bringing her trans beer and gay women to destroy everything that God-fearing American men love, like football, that they're still boycotting, I guess, but not anymore. But they will again soon, I promise you. Listen, even larger talking, and this has started to jump into the realm of getting into larger talking heads realm. All right, those other tweets got like 6 likes, 100 likes. This is something much bigger. This is something much bigger now with 10,000 likes. Richard Cooper, conservative talking head, not that big in the realm of everything, but still quite large. Taylor Swift, age 34, husband 0, children 0, ex-boyfriends 14, body count only God knows now, cats 3. And her most popular songs are like Shaking It Off, Look What You Made Me Do, Don't Blame Me, You Need to Calm Down. Do you understand why Western women identify with her? Yeah, this is true. I will say, Taylor Swift is white woman Jesus. She is. I hate to be the one to tell them that, but she is white woman Jesus. Western white woman Jesus. She came, she saw, she dropped another platinum record and then disappeared again to have a new boyfriend, as it goes. But they've turned even the existence of Taylor Swift as an artist into a culture war icon. And if there's anything that I can show you to prove that conservatives have lost the culture war, it's coming out against probably one of the most inoffensive content creators to ever exist, one of the most inoffensive artists to ever exist, Taylor Swift, who dropped some of the most uninflammatory music that I've ever heard in my entire life. And then have actual genuine mental breakdowns about Taylor Swift and then write these types of tirades about them. This is somebody who was literally trying to run for Congress. This is Laura Loomer, the plastic paragon herself. Has Taylor Swift made a deal with George Santos and Alex Soros to get the rights to her music back in exchange for getting Zoomers? Oh, she's been a nutso for years. She's been crazy for years. Oh, no. Why F? What happened? What happened? Yeah, F, we back. I gotta look at this myself. What's going on? Why do we F? Why in the world do we F? I don't know. I'll hold this. I'll keep it up on my second monitor. To see if we were really effing that bad. Welcome back. Also, hey bestie, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Argo. Willis, thank you. Facetious. Thank you so much for the tier 1. That's a cool name. Will is just mad that the Eagles needed the refs' help to beat the awful Giants team. Hey! I'm a New Yorker. You can't insult the Giants. That's my job. What the hell? Who do you think you are? I'm sporting over here. I am unfortunately a huge Giants fan. Yeah, listen, you don't really know pain until you become a Giants fan. Giants more like the Dwarves. I should beat you. I really should beat you, shouldn't I? You're giving me more reasons to beat you. So many more. Giant and Mets fan. L. Oh my gosh. Did you have a good Christmas? I did. I hope you had a good Christmas as well. What you get? Anyways, with this being said, the reason why I really want to cover this and I think it's so interesting is because I really feel like this is close to a death knell for the conservative culture war, and in like the sort of gravity and seriousness that it took back in like 2016 to like 2019. That was a huge era for like conservative content, especially like 2014 to 2019. I think that's where it like really picked up. There were so many channels that were going absolutely crazy that went from commentary to like anti-SJW content. Stomping on a cringy feminist dog, watch her cry and moan and get triggered, episode 50,000. Right, that's when that type of content was popping off. That's when those types of politicians were really making a rise, and that's where Donald Trump became like the meme president, the king meme president, when the only reason he was really president is because Hillary Clinton, who spent literally a decade of the Democratic Party paving the way for her to be president, squandered it all because she's just a disconnected loser freak who cared more about making money and making everybody else seem below her than actually like doing something good for the American people for literally once in her life. Literally for once. She couldn't do it. She couldn't hold it. She can be like a piece of shit once she gets in the office, but you literally couldn't hold it together for a singular election cycle to win. And that was what was really sad. But I feel like this article is incredibly interesting on that from the Washington Monthly. Conservatives have lost the culture war. It's something that I've been saying for a little while, but the idea of these types of conservative organizations starting to crumble under the weight of their own stupidity has been something that's been super interesting to me and has continued to be interesting to me as conservatives continue losing elections and losing relevancy in many of the states that they used to be bulwarking in, like Virginia. But that's not completely everywhere around the country. Obviously, every state has their own little microcosm. I'm just talking about it like a more broader level. Florida obviously has had like a big, like super fashy conservative uprising. Tennessee, that one as well. But both of those states were definitely primed for it, especially with a weak loser, do-nothing Democratic Party that has committed themselves to losing every election. Maybe because they think it's funny. Maybe because they're too stupid to be able to win. Who knows? But it said, but it goes on to say something super interesting. Conservatives are falling farther behind in terms of cultural and economic power, contrary to the right-wing instance of Go Woke, Go Broke. The biggest movie of the year was Barbie, actually pulling in over $1.3 billion in the box office. Right? Disney's live-action version of The Little Mermaid, which endured heavy conservative attacks, racist ones as that, against the actor who was playing it, even got a lot of money as well, hauled in over $500 million globally. Meanwhile, few in history have lost more money so quickly as Elon Musk since taking Twitter and losing hundreds of millions of dollars, and has had the sharpest drop off of like wealth that honestly history has ever seen. Maybe one of the sharpest drop offs of wealth that history has ever seen an individual human lose, which is so interesting. Apparently when you go woke, you don't actually go broke. When you go woke, it seems like you actually earn a lot of money. Seemingly the same when it comes to the NFL. Even though there are a lot of people booing, it seems like having Taylor Swift there and people like her is not actually making them lose money. On the contrary, it makes them gain money. While a lot of conservatives and conservative organizations are crumbling, like the NRA, which has brought in its lowest registration and fundraising numbers since 2008. They've literally set themselves back close to 20 years because of the bullshit that they're engaging in. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where I want to turn your attention to what the talking heads have been saying and how absolutely, and for honestly, not lack of a better term, because I think this is the best term, how triggered and snowflakey they've become over this, how sensitive and insane they've become over Taylor Swift's rise and their inability to stop her. Because like it or not, and this is something that shocked me a lot, Taylor Swift is like really widely liked. Like really, really widely liked. Taylor Swift actually genuinely may actually be white woman Jesus. She transcends the American political divide. There's almost nothing that transcends the American political divide, like outside of like bombing Arabs and like honestly that might genuinely be it. So if this is what we're talking about, she actually has a positive approval rating through every political party All of them, registered Democrats, registered independents, registered Republicans, all hold a positive view of Taylor Swift. She has a more positive approval rating than Donald Trump and Joseph R. Biden Jr. and every other politician in America. She ranks higher than almost literally all of them. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. It's a positive approval rating amongst like men, women, Republicans, Democrats, age 34, like almost all of them. 17% of those surveyed had a very positive view of Swift, while 22% said somewhat positive. Taylor Swift is overwhelmingly liked. I dislike Taylor Swift. Well, get to the front of the line, because there aren't many of you. I have no problem with Taylor Swift, as most people do. But the people we're going to be talking about today are not most people, and they are actually very strange, weird, peculiar people. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to what Charlie Kirk and his gaggle of freaks have to say about Swiftie and just her life.
She is the most famous celebrity in the world. That appears to be what the justification for it was. It was just...
well, who determines that?
So here's the opening line from the Time Person of the Year article. If you guys want to bring it up on screen, if you can.
Is that Poso? We're going to be talking about Prosbiak a little bit more than we usually do here, actually. So yeah.
And we can show it here. But Taylor Swift is telling me a story. And when Taylor Swift tells you a story, you listen, because you know it's going to be good. Not only because she's had an extraordinary life, but because she's an extraordinary storyteller. So
okay, all right. So name some of her best stories. Can anyone name some of her best stories?
There's that song, Romeo and Juliet. I don't remember. Love Story, I guess is the name of the song. And she's in love with a guy, but their parents don't like the guy.
But isn't her whole genre about how she's childless and unmarried? Isn't that her whole thing, which is rallying up young women to sing about their misery?
Bro, what are you talking about? Rallying young women to sing about their misery. What are you talking about? She seems pretty happy from my estimation. She seems pretty happy. I mean, she's a billionaire. I'm not too much of a fan of that. Socialist and all, you know. But she's a billionaire. She makes a lot of money. She has a bunch of fans, and she's pretty widely liked. This, like, I don't know, like, her just having boyfriends and stuff, that doesn't seem, I really don't care. I don't think anybody else cares either.
She sings about happy stuff too. And
I think it's fascinating how she goes from that and still gives off virgin vibes the whole time. Like, she pulls from every category.
It's not the vibe I get.
Yeah, but that's how parents treat her.
But parents think that she's like the virgin. I totally agree with Tyler. I think Tyler's
like the Virgin Mary.
100%. Tyler's totally right. That if you talk to your normie suburban housewife, they think she's like Mother Mary, and I want my daughter to be like her. And she has a body count that needs an exponent.
Well, and
what are you talking about, you weird freak? just so you know, this guy has a daughter. This is how he talks about random women online when he genuinely has a daughter. That's actually pretty upsetting, if I'm going to be honest with you. But for one, you don't know that. You don't know that at all. And two, why do you care? Why are you so weird? And I want you to be honest, okay? Keep your eye on this guy, okay? This like pedo stash freak over here. Keep your eye on him, because he's going to go insane here. He's actually so misogynistic that they're actually going to have to. You remember that scene from American Psycho where Bateman's like, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. They actually kind of have to do that with him here. When it comes to him going on a rant, a sweaty, angry rant about Taylor Swift.
Here's the other part that you lay on top of it. She's not even that attractive. So like the entire paradox of this whole thing, that she's made parents believe that she's like a virgin. She has, this well-accomplished career of not ever doing anything like that, like you should do in order to be a successful human being on planet Earth, while at the same time being really subpar average. Like if you didn't know who Taylor Swift was, you saw her in a shopping mall, she would be a 4, maybe a 5, like on like her best day.
Okay, buddy. Actually, gigacopium. I've never seen. Honestly, that's the type of comment that you would have to install like cartoon hammers on like behind each seat, and every time you make a comment like that, Charlie would have to press a button and it would whip around and gunk conk you over the head just to do a factory reset. Bro said Taylor Swift is a 4 or a 5 on her best day. Bro, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Why are you stupid? I'm not gonna comment on whether she looks good or doesn't look good, but I think she's it's very obvious that she's like very conventionally attractive for what we would expect here in the United States. Like, come on, let's be honest with ourselves here. Let's not be stupid. And the thing is, she's like objectively attractive. That's the problem that he's making here. You can't say this about somebody who is like actually objectively attractive.
Like as a normal person,
not 4. No, I'm not going
to.
She's not a 4 on her best day.
Come on, dude. She's had tens of millions of dollars put into her, Jack. Like, it's not. Have you seen those memes? You're not ugly. You're just poor.
She's not.
She has spent all that money. If she was normal Taylor Swift,
I'm not saying she's a 10. I'm not saying she's a 10. I'm not saying she's a 9.
Before the millions of dollars, she was a 5.
Yes,
a 4.
She's like a 7.
If you made a bell curve,
spending probably $50 million on her looks.
If you made a bell curve of the women in America in which an average person is 5, you would put Taylor Swift to the left of that. Have you been to an amusement park in the last decade? Have you been to a movie theater? Have you been to a mall?
Did you see her mouth?
Women, am I right?
She got money.
They're so ugly. I hate women, guys.
Can I say something about?
She doesn't have any. Okay,
really hard.
Have you seen the Kardashians before money?
Here's the real story.
The same thing.
Here's the real story, though. The reason
he's actually derailing the entire segment so bad that they have to be like, okay, anyways, forget that. Bringing it back to reality now.
I can give off that vibe is she doesn't have a septum piercing. I don't think she has. Does she have any tattoos? If they are, I don't know them off the top of my head.
Not that we know of.
Yeah, so no like
who cares?
Prominent ones, and like that goes a long way because now she doesn't have nose piercing. Like she doesn't do all these things that an extremely large share of women do, and I don't know why they do it because it's very off-putting, but it's very common now. And so you come off very.
She does have one.
I think that's to Charlie's point. That's why parents think she's the Virgin Mary because she's like the only pop star that doesn't.
She looks
wholesome. She really does. And so Jack. Sorry, you're remote, so sometimes we talk over you. Jack, the floor is yours.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say that we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but
yeah, Taylor Swift keeps tricking suburban white women into thinking that she's the Virgin Mary because I don't know why they just think that they believe that. I guess septum piercings are hot AF. What are they talking about? These guys literally get scared when they see somebody that they think has hair dye in. These guys shit themselves when they walk past a taco truck. Of course they're scared of piercings and nose rings. Of course they're scared of tattoos and nose rings. I mean, come on.
The Travis Kelce is just really the next addition to the Taylor Swift body count gallery. The museum will be opened at the end of her career. When you really think about it, Charlie, I actually agree with you in terms of that, saying that whatever the machine makers, the factory mavens there in the entertainment industrial complex who have been working on the career of Taylor Swift.
Industrial complex.
It's like first it was Britney Spears, and then
I think I'm smart.
They had to shelve that and move to the next one. Then Hillary Duff, as they tried, then she kind of like faded into the shadows. Then there was Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus, I think everyone understands, was a completely failed experiment. But with Taylor Swift, they finally got it right. She didn't go off the deep end. They were like, okay, don't put her in the Disney machine. Don't put her in the Disney box. Something goes very, very wrong with girls when you put them in the Disney box as young girls. We later found out with many. Ashley Simpson, by the way, is a huge example of that. Ariana Grande has some names that she should probably name Dan Schneider, his feet fetish, and many others. But with Taylor Swift, right, so she was able to kind of avoid all of those.
Experiment. Oh, once again, it feeds into the conspiracy that it's so crazy because these guys are scared of pronouns, but they're always talking about they and them. You ever think about that? They and them keep putting Taylor Swift and all of these creators up like they're like, he thinks, you know how the joke that like or the accusation of somebody being an industry plant, they think everything in society that you see is like pre-planned by a malevolent force looking to make you gay, trans, or like a migrant or like a Muslim Islamist or something, right? That's what they genuinely believe about the world. And so obviously everything that they don't like that's in popular culture has obviously been put up by them to destroy the planet. And so, yeah, so like all these people, they're like, oh yeah, we finally got, they've been having like experiments like Mew and Mewtwo. They've been having experiments, and they keep pumping out new experiments like the scientists in Lilo and Stitch, and like finally Taylor Swift is like there. The Cabal's experiment 626, which has finally succeeded and gone beyond their wildest dreams to finally turn every single white woman into a 34-year-old childless, husbandless, catful, a witch, blight upon America, who will have a wax museum of men who've put their pee-pee in her vagoober hole, to destroy the country and finally overrun it and take it from the Anglo-Saxons and the other whites that I'm going to be lumping in as the same type of people. So we're all brown, some dingy brown creature that will only vote for Democrats forevermore, as Joseph R. Biden's likeness and personality gets digitized into a robot that will finally decide everything that happens into America, and everybody is forced to have an abortion. Everybody. You think I'm joking about some of the stuff that I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you right now that some of the stuff I pulled from some of the things that they're about to say.
Normal pitfalls that seem to encumber many, young a starlet, I guess the name would be, young starlets as they're on their way up. I mean, I think she tried acting once or twice, but didn't really take off. And we have that. I don't know if we have that clip, but there is that.
Why do you know all this about Taylor Swift?
When she, you guys remember this thing when she went off on Marsha Blackburn, I guess, in this documentary, quasi-documentary, talking about how, Marsha Blackburn doesn't have Tennessee Christian values, which, by the way, Taylor Swift, you're from Reading, Pennsylvania. You're from like 30 minutes away from me in the Northeast. You're not from Tennessee.
This, like,
You're not from the South.
I know.
Like you're not from there. She's actually from Missing, just next to Reading. Do we have that? Do it's cut? So anyway, all right.
As far as I remember, she actually lived in Tennessee for quite some time of her life, and the whole movie documentary is more about how she doesn't like Donald Trump, how she wished that she could speak up more when she was on her rise, and wants to talk more about politics and use her platform for good. Actually, that's what all this is for. Yeah, wasn't she based in Nashville? They want to pretend that that's not the case because they hate her, and she's a woman.
Before you get into the cut, I think we should explain why it is that why this matters, and for a number of reasons, but.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us, buddy.
My theory is that they are going to be turning Taylor Swift into a ballot harvesting operation and turnout mechanism for the Democrats in 2024. Whoever their nominee is going to be, looks like it's going to be Biden at this point. But yeah, just like Oprah was in the past, like they tried to do with Vote or Die and Madonna even before that, right? This is going to be a whole new level of operation because the Swifties represent just a new type of fandom that we've never seen before, and with the power of social media, they are going to be turned on as like an abortion army to come forward in the 2024 election.
Remember how we were talking earlier about how conservatives believe that like every liberal woman's going to have like an army of botchlings, botchling abortions that follow them around and have fake IDs to vote in every election for them? I'm telling you, I'm not joking. The abortion them abortion army is coming to destroy America and everything the conservatives hold dear. It's actually so over for us, guys. What are we gonna do about it? And she asked her fans to vote once. What's wrong with that? So yeah, what they're referring to actually is this Instagram post here from a little while ago. I'm writing this post about the upcoming midterm elections on November 6th, which I'll be voting in the state of Tennessee. In the past, I've been reluctant to publicly voice my political opinions, but due to several events in my life and in the world the past 2 years, I feel very differently about this now. Always had, basically, she goes on about this: gay people cool, racism bad, gender, you shouldn't hate people for their gender and whatnot. Marsha Blackburn doesn't hold Tennessee values, and we need to stop her. All this type of stuff, right? And she basically asked people to go vote. Happy voting, right? She ends this with, on October 9th is the last day to register to vote in the state of Tennessee. Go to vote.org and you can find all the info. Happy voting, right? This is what they said is a problem for them. Literally go vote. That's it. That's all she really said at the end of the day, is stating her own opinion and then saying go vote. That's it. And what they really hate is the fact that it kind of worked. It actually worked. Taylor Swift's Instagram post helped drive a surge of voter registrations. On Tuesday morning, the singer posted a short message on Instagram encouraging her 272,000 followers to register to vote. Afterwards, the website she directed the fans to, the nonpartisan nonprofit Vote.org, recorded more than 35,000 registrations according to their organization. Right, the 35,000 new registrations of the National Voter Registration Day were the most seen since 2020. The organization said, and a 23% jump since last year, which is incredibly important. And this is what they hate. They hate the idea of other people getting out to vote. Remember how they say voting is so important and voting is so sacred, but once somebody just literally says go vote, they're now scared and terrified, okay? Remember, the reason why conservatives are pushing so many laws to be able to restrict the access to vote for so many people is because voting does work. They wouldn't be trying to stop you from doing it if it didn't work. It does work. That's why they're so angry about losing so many elections, and that's why they hate the idea of people coming out to be able to tell people to vote for elections, because they don't want them to. And the thing is, they're now eating their own shit because people like Tucker Carlson and like everybody on Fox News and so many talking heads from Tim Pool to Charlie Kirk and all of them a piece of shit biac. All of these people have basically been trying, Donald Trump, all of these people have been telling you and telling conservatives for so long that voting doesn't matter and it's all rigged, and Nancy Pelosi will take use the copy machine to take pictures of her pussy and then replace that with votes for Donald Trump, and they're going to throw out all your votes and it's so over, and Donald Trump lost, and they're going to rig the election more than there's ever been rigged before, and we're never going to have a fair election, and conservatives will never have a fair trial ever again. Just look at Chauvin. You can't even kneel on a fucking, I mean, black guy's neck, a black's neck, without going to jail these days. I mean, what was this country turning to? And now Taylor Swift is getting the Swifties to vote. I mean, what's happening here? It's almost like it's almost like that wasn't the real problem of false votes. It was actually the fact that people who they don't like were voting to begin with, and not even doing illegal votes. They have to call them illegal votes because they want to make them illegal. That's the real thing that they're mad about here. Voting works. That's why they don't like them doing it.
Guaranteed.
Okay, so I have a couple. So let's just kind of show 72. This is a very, I don't understand this. Here's Taylor Swift, who, you know, she was endorsing Joe Biden, but she did it with these like disgusting Walmart cookies, right? Back in 2020, as if,
no, she made them.
By the way, is this some sort of thing like I should be in the kitchen making cookies for you? Is that what you're trying to tell us, Taylor Swift? Is that like
bro actually has been spending way too much time on Instagram watching like watching softcore he's been spending way too much time on Instagram watching and TikTok watching softcore trad wife softcore porn. And so so now he's like, every single time a woman shows herself doing a normal thing that people do in their house, he's like, ah, yeah, it's just like one of those, but now it's insidious from the left. Yeah, okay, buddy. The thing is, she's actually dressed without like policing women's looks. She's actually dressed more modestly than I've seen a lot of these trad wife girls. Sorry, I had to go close the window. My betta fish tank with Jasper in it is in the windowsill, and obviously it's cold, but it was getting warm in here, so I had to open it really quick so that I didn't burn to death. Burn. Stop sitting on Hasan Shark. Sorry, I let him up. Yeah, somebody influential exhibits the smallest amount of being based, and these guys start pissing themselves.
Your rightful place is to make cookies or something. It's a very weird thing.
She didn't make those.
I think it's
nobody said that's crazy that he read that into
this. If you're gonna put like complicated frosting designs on cookies, they always end up looking like kind of crappy.
Am I supposed to believe she actually made those?
I don't think so. I think
this whole thing is an odd.
I don't think a lot of people are asking that question.
She definitely ordered them.
She wanted to endorse Joe Biden, so she got Joe Biden cookies. I don't think it matters whether she made them or not.
It's not cute. It's not interesting. I don't find anything she does to be interesting.
But that's the wholesome thing that you said.
She's a created op of the Mockingbird media.
What I would say is we talk about her all the time.
It's actually crazy how much of a hater this guy is. He's like, she posts a single picture and he's like, is this some sort of online girlfriend I'm supposed to be making in the kitchen making food for you or something? Is it like as the male Swifties trying to get them to listen to every word that she says? Actually been watching way too much tried wife softcore porn on TikTok. That's the only thing that he can think about when he sees this type of stuff. She's not funny, she's not cute, she's not interesting, she's not pretty, she's an op, she's created by the Mockingbird media to destroy America. Okay. All right, bro. I'm begging you to calm down.
You find her interesting in some
capacity. No, it's forced on us. That's not true. I would never talk about her if this wasn't force-fed by the masters of the universe. Time magazine.
Force-fed is
Travis Kelce. Oh yeah, just so happens.
Was...
Hold on, you cannot watch an NFL game. Travis Kelce for State Farm. Travis Kelce for Pfizer. Travis Kelce for some random car insurance thing. It's like, what company doesn't have Travis Kelce? I mean, I'm trying to watch a dang football game, and it's Travis Kelce for Uber Eats and Travis Kelce.
Wait. I want to see something really quick. Oh man. One second. Want to see something super interesting, chat? You want to see something like super duper interesting, chat? Ooh, whoops.
Americans take very seriously. I don't watch the NFL anymore. I love college football. I will not, spend my time watching a league that tolerates this blatant anti-Americanism. And look, how much is it to ask just to have, NFL players stand for 2.5 minutes, during the national anthem? And there's
You were doing what, Charlie?
Kelce. I mean, I'm trying to watch a dang football game, and it's Travis Kelce for Uber Eats and Travis Kelce for Subway. And oh, by the way, Travis.
I don't know. Maybe you should go back to boycotting and shutting the fuck up. You ever think about that? Boycott failed. He forgot. You think he forgot? You think he just simply forgot?
Kelce from Auto and Travis Kelce for I'm telling you, that doesn't happen by mistake. I'm supposed to believe that all these pre-scripted commercials.
It's almost like he's famous.
It's that Taylor Swift is fanatically insanely popular, so she will be shoved into things. It is not that.
Wait. So you're saying Taylor Swift
everywhere. So Taylor Swift needs Travis Kelce. No. The whole thing is a fake op. I'm convinced.
I don't know what if all the commercials got to Taylor Swift
or not.
He's so weird.
What I'm saying is, I don't think Taylor Swift. They found Taylor Swift in a lab and said, we're going to make Taylor Swift popular so that she can then push Democrats.
But it's the same way that Dua Lipa.
They were saying that.
And it's the same thing with Jennifer Lawrence, and they find people that they can use for cultural type influence.
Who's they?
And Taylor Swift is perfect. She's a liberal, but she doesn't overplay it in recent years. She's the most popular. No one doubts that she's popular. Of course,
she's normal.
Of course she's popular. And she's that demo that they want to dominate, which is upper middle class white girl, suburban America. That's their pathway to world domination. And she controls that demo. Of course we acknowledge she controls it. I mean, we don't, live on Neptune. But this whole Travis Kelce thing is so staged, right, Jack? I mean, you watch an NFL football game. I remember Erica walks in, she says, what commercial is he not in? I'm telling you, he's on like Experian. He does the vaccine. I kid you not. I saw one NFL game and it was 3 in a row, right?
I got the list here.
You got the list.
I got the list.
This guy's not that good.
It's crazy. Anyways, they go on to talk about how it's crazy that a popular man is put into commercials. It actually doesn't make any sense to them, which is really funny. I want to skip forward a little bit here to about 7:31 because there's some more fun stuff here.
Here is Taylor Swift, very upset about. Oh, by the way, Eva Vladendingerbrook is going after Taylor Swift. Good for her.
Vladendingerbrook?
Play cut 87.
Really is a big deal. She votes against fair pay for women. She votes against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act.
That's true.
Just basically protecting us from domestic abuse and stalking. She thinks that if you're a gay couple, or even if you look like a gay couple, you should be allowed to be kicked out of a restaurant. It's really
true.
Basic human rights, and it's right and wrong at this point. And I can't see another commercial and see her disguising these policies behind the words Tennessee Christian values. Those aren't Tennessee Christian values. I live in Tennessee. I am Christian. That's not what we stand for.
That's not what we stand for. It's like you could see the cue cards next to the camera as she's reading off of this. honestly some of the worst acting I've ever seen. I have no idea, you know, if CAA is going to sign her for anything, you think they send her to like a couple of acting lessons first?
I'm telling you, man, this guy is actually mentally ill. He actually hasn't seen somebody. He lives his life. It's so fake that he actually hasn't seen somebody express human emotion so long. He's just around demons and freaks and creeps who haven't expressed a genuine human emotion in so long that he sees somebody crying and goes, that must be fake. He sees somebody upset and goes, this must be fake. That's wild to me. He's got the face of a sex offender. Hate to say it.
First, before they sign her up for something like this, it's ridiculous. I can understand why Hollywood doesn't want to work with her. She doesn't actually know how to read lines. But we used to have this, I had this theory called Yellowstoning that I talked about, you know, for a while. This idea that, you know, they would take somebody like a Kevin Costner, like a show like Yellowstone, and then use that person and their, you know, their stature, their weight, their influence with a certain audience to mobilize them towards progressive ideals. So they started slipping like these progressive ideas, woke characters into the show Yellowstone. And of course, using Kevin Costner. Then they also used Harrison Ford for this in one of like the spin-offs there. You're starting to see they did a Sylvester Stallone one. So this is kind of like a similar psyop that's being run, you know, Charlie, to your point, it's on middle America, and so they're taking
Yellowstone has fallen.
I would say have the aesthetics that would appeal to middle America, but then shifting them, nudging them into into these liberal beliefs, and that's what you see. Obviously, Taylor is very poorly doing so because she's beating you over a hammer with it in that scene there. But again, this is the exact same type of playbook that they've gone to again and again and again. But because they have social media now, they have the ability to create their own marketing empire through it.
I just can't get over that. It's Times Person of the Year. They've given it to Hitler. They've given it to Stalin. They've given it to Putin. They've given it to every U.S. president that I can think of.
All right, chat. Name yourself. Putin, Hitler, Stalin, Donald Trump, Taylor Swift. Choose your fighter.
Trump. They get into Trump. Yeah, Trump. I mean, you know, it's not morally the best person. It is like the most important person of the year who captures the themes of the year. And you pick Taylor Swift because she's a big celebrity. Okay, like even if her concert is the biggest concert tour ever, even if she's the most successful singer entertainer ever, even if she is forging new frontiers in that, is that the biggest theme of 2023?
So
no, it should be.
But then they say, well, who would you have chosen? I think Elon. It's not even close.
I think you've got to pick. I think you'd either pick ChatGPT. You know, half the time they do like the entity of the year.
No, I think AI would have been interesting.
AI, you either do ChatGPT or Sam Altman if you need a person, but you pick AI.
No, AI would have been legit, like, because that actually AI is changing our world. But, yeah. So by the way, Elon, look at what I mean.
I think Elon would have gotten it if he hadn't.
Elon, hello, look at how much he's losing money. Look, nobody has ever lost more money than, no individual has ever lost more money than Elon Musk has. He should have made it. He should have made it.
Gotten it 2 years.
Elon did fund.
So what? No, you can get it more than once.
Yeah, you can.
He's even bigger now than he was 2 years ago.
They haven't. I don't think they've done a rerun other than the president getting reelected in ages.
No, Taylor Swift in 2017 they gave it to like all the women of Me Too, and Taylor Swift was one of them. So she was like the co-woman of the year.
And in 2006 they gave it to everyone. So I guess she had it 3 times then.
Did they really?
Yeah. Wow, they said you were the person of the year because YouTube took off in 2006.
Yeah, no, AI would have been interesting. That would have been actually legit.
If not AI, I think you could also say like Jack Smith or the prosecutor. No, well, but no, think about it. Like the big theme of this election is this is the year where they're using every extrajudicial. He could deserve it next year if they successfully.
You're throwing it too far ahead. Yeah, it has to be a little bit of what the year was defined as. But Elon.
I've never seen anybody analyze this hard. It's crazy. Anyways, I want to skip forward a little bit more. 3230
relationship, and yet there's no actual time that she invests into it. She just invests all her time into her career and essentially herself. And so the empty egg card, this is like years ago. This is like 5 or 6 years ago that this was going on. So even then, everyone was like, look.
My only fear is that by the time they realize they actually want to have kids, have literally positioned themselves for, I think the problem is they position themselves for over a decade that they're just not going to have kids no matter what. And so now, like, the natural progression is that people are getting married now later on. And that's fine. Like, again, I'm not being judgy on, like, who has kids, who doesn't, when they get married, whatever. Like, I think earlier the better, great, whatever. But they're getting married later on in life. And so now this is like the half step before
child
they have
marriage
kids.
For them be like,
and my only fear is that by the time they realize they actually want to have kids, it'll be too late because they just, like, drug out their life for way too long.
Yeah, so Yeah, so this ties into the Taylor Swift thing because this has been a knock on
and they
Taylor
bring
Swift
it back
for
to Taylor
years at this point.
Just so you know, after that, I skipped forward because they stopped talking about Taylor Swift, and then they start talking about Taylor Swift again randomly. He's just like, "This is just like Taylor Swift, bro."
There used to be this whole meme. You know, this could all kind of be like a sort of deep web reveal. Blake, do you remember this one, the empty egg carton meme?
Far too well. Last egg circling the drain.
Exactly. So this was the idea that, and there was a certain YouTuber, former YouTuber, I guess, who got in trouble for, it was Stoneman Malu, and who posted, you know, who just basically went on a tirade on Twitter and was like, look, you know, Taylor Swift is in her prime years for child rearing, and she's spending all of this time going around, focused on her career, talks about wanting a family, talks about wanting a relationship. Every single song is about having a relationship, and yet there's no actual time that she invests into it. She just invests all her time into her career and essentially herself. And so the empty egg carton, this is like years ago. This is like 5 or 6 years ago.
Why doesn't Taylor Swift work on pumping out babies? Can you imagine how many more white babies we could be able to indoctrinate into our bullshit if she was pumping out kids instead of pumping out shitty music?
Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Dylan, thank you so much for the raid, bestie. Hello, everyone! Exclamation point site. If you want to join the site chat and show up on screen, also come on, click on the logo, click on the stream to make sure you actually join. Nice to see you. Hope you all are doing well, which we'll talk about today. We're in the middle of our segment. It's called World War Swift. We're talking about how conservatives have lost the culture war and they've now decided to start up a new war with Taylor Swift and her eggless uterus, as they would like to put it. Have you guys seen the translated version of that like song that usually plays with that dancing cow? Bro's talking about how much he wants cocaine. That's crazy. He's literally me. For real. Oh, the Polish cow? Yeah. Yeah, songs about cocaine. But her eggs though? Have you ever thought about her eggs though? Stoneman Malu is also the guy who went. Didn't he go to Poland? Didn't he go to Poland and then he was like, "Oh my God! Not a single darky. Nobody called me racist." Women know their place. Oh my God! And then he actually started tearing up and crying live on air because he didn't see any black people, and he was like, "Oh," it was like he saw the promised land. Actually, he was. Oh, he was the Eastern Poland or something. It was so funny. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. It was so good. Wait, nothing I do is performative.
Nothing I do is performative.
Let me see. Man, it's crazy how this guy hasn't showed his ugly mug around here for like 5 years. This is an old Kyle Klingsky video, but...
So Stoneman Malu...
So true.
About a year ago, and I decided I wanted to come.
I want to come.
Cultural pride, national pride has been scrubbed out of the language of the West, and I wanted to come and see what it was like to see a group of people incredibly proud of their country, incredibly proud of their history, and I think rightly so, celebrating their country. I also wanted to put my individualism, something has just kind of broken in two within me. That Aristotle said 2,500.
Anyways, he goes on a little rant.
And the last few days here in Poland have just kind of shattered something within me, in that this sense of collective unity, this sense of collective pride, this sense of having a tribe, this sense of having a culture you can be proud of, has arisen within me. And I've never been to Poland before. My first name is Polish. I know there's family history, but
my people,
goddamn cultural Marxists, by the people who oppose the West, by the people who oppose any kind of pride in Western history.
Yeah, this is, just so you know, to date this is back when conservatives were on, like, because you know how they like to cycle through different language and different like terms when they get old. They think they get a different term for cultural Bolshevism, was what the term that they actually want to use. This is back when they were on cultural Marxism.
This sense of unity, this sense of purpose, this quiet resolution and willingness to defend what your ancestors fought to give you, I have not experienced it in many, many decades, and I've never, ever experienced it as an adult. Go out into the public square and say you're proud of the West, and you're proud of the freedoms that were fought for, and you're proud of the sacrifices of your ancestor, and you're immediately a fascist and a Nazi. But here, this quiet unity, this quiet pride, this calm resolution, this celebration without giddiness.
Bro's literally a Nazi, most likely. No, he is. I don't know. I guess we could. You guys want to do like a deep dive on Malu someday? He's completely gone now. He was a bro's insane, but yeah, bro's insane, but yeah. He used to pop off back in the day. He was there when like Jared Taylor and like Richard Spencer and everybody was still on and all those guys were still on Twitter and YouTube. We're still making when like KKK clan leaders were having YouTube channels and stuff. That's where this guy was. An unwellness check. Didn't Vosh debate him yet? Once Destiny and Vosh both debated him once. Yeah.
I've never felt it more strongly than I do today. Together we stand, divided we fall.
Oh, so true, bro. So true, bro. When bro saw Polish racism and was like, my people. my people. Oh man. Oh, he thought he was popping off then. Crazy. That was actually when Kyle was a part of the Young Turks. That was actually a Young Turk video. Molyneux thought that the creation of wealth was literally magic. Yeah, that was really funny. He's such a character. He's such a curious guy.
Ago that this was going on, so even then, even then, I guess she would have been her like kind of mid-20s. What's she like? She's like, how old is she, guys? She's like 31.
33,
I think
she's,
maybe 34. She was born in 89.
Oh, 1989. Right.
Yeah, she's turning 34 this year. Yeah.
So she'll be 34. Wow.
She is 34. I think
okay.
I think she's maybe already 34.
No, she's 34 next week. Look at that. Next week.
Happy birthday.
Well, like to that point though, like I think the horrifying thing is, and again, that's the important piece that you just hit on, which is that it's not whether or not you are married. It's not whether or not you have kids. It's about the desire and putting yourself in the right place to do those things. Because I think that the world that we live in today with social media and everything else is like, it's actually more challenging, I think, arguably, than it ever has been to have a normal relationship. It's more challenging than it's ever been to have, there's no privacy to like raise your kids the same way. There just is. You can make the argument. You could go live in a hole somewhere, but like if you're not on normal social media and things like that, you're a weirdo.
This is so they had this just on standby. They had this meme on standby, bro. This is the type of memes that they just pull up normally. He just looked through his phone and was like, "Oh yeah, I got something for that." These are the type of memes I got. And these guys are the ones telling me that they're winning the meme war. This is meme war victory contender. Can you even imagine that? What does that even mean? It's silly woman. A silly woman thinks that they can live their life without being impregnated by me. Just wait until you're too late. Then you'll realize my cum was all you needed to be happy. They want rights to talk more. Silence, silly woman. Where is that clip? I want that clip again of Trump going silence, silly woman. Oh man, it was shut up. My bad. It was shut up, silly woman. Yeah, here we go.
Shut up, silly woman.
That's just how they run their life, honestly, at this point. We need that as a notification. No, we don't. No, we don't. I would like to actually beat the misogyny allegations on like a day-to-day basis. We don't need to do that. No need. Can they keep their impregnation fetish away from us? Apparently they can't. Apparently they simply just can't. What is this? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this. I remember this one. I remember this one. I mean, there's this meme. They never post memes like this anymore, honestly. Nate Higgers and Neil Kiggers and Nuck Figures when Nate. Oh, they never post memes like this anymore. They always just, for them, it's just racism now. And that's just it. Nah, this was trending last night. You're right. This was trending last night. Maybe we are coming back to tradition. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the day is upon us where we can return to the Lord's humor. What do they mean by this? Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. All I'm saying is that if you have a friend with dyslexia and you want to destroy their life, just make them read it out loud in front of other people. You know? When a conservative is gonna start posting memes like this again, I think this is gonna make the world a better place. Shoigo, Gerasimov. Do you think Prigozhin's last words were him screaming Shoigu and Gerasimov as he saw the missile coming for his plane? That shit would have gone crazy. Based. So based. I'm not gonna, okay, so wait, before we move on again, I want to show you this. I want to start using this as a react image when, you know, the too long didn't read, it's kind of played out. Instead of you going like too long didn't read or mucho texto, I think you should just post this in response. Because I think this one goes way more crazy. This one's way more insulting. If I'm gonna be honest with you, like somebody takes like 30 minutes to write out some especially if they're like a Twitter Blue user and they write some massive fucking soliloquy about why they think you're wrong, and then you just post this in response and leave. Oh man. Holy. Should have stuck to being a hot dog vendor. Honestly, he didn't know his place. That was the real problem. We love our keyboard warriors. Debate lost. BTFO. You kind of get bodied if somebody posts that to you. My girlfriend thinks the Prigozhin meme is incredibly lame. Does she know where it comes from? Does she understand the history of that meme and she still thinks it's lame? If so, she's lame. I mean, like, I still enjoy this one, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
Man, fuck you bitch. Your mama. Yo mama. Yo bald-headed ass. You mad. I ain't mad, bitch. Look where you working at. You mad. Look where you eating.
Look where you eating that. Anyways, moving on.
In the eyes of like regular suburban America. So like you have to be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form more than what you are normally, what the normal human being in the 80s or 90s was comfortable with. And so now you have this issue of, I think that this is that people are skittish. It's like stage fright. They're stage fright to that. And I don't blame men for having stage fright to that. Most of my friends, like I talk to, and I'm not even like, it's like Jack or Charlie here, but like you and I have similar things where people kind of become aware of you through different things. People are like, I want nothing to do with that because I wouldn't be down with the introspection into my life from like the general public. I wouldn't like that. And I think there's a...
What do you mean introspection on your life from the general public? What, do you talk about all your like privacy shit in the real world? Do you dump all your relationship shit on people? Because then they'll have an opinion on it. You could just not film every second of your life and you'll probably be fine. But yeah, that's what's going on World War Swift. They're losing. One more thing I want to play it for you before we like wrap it up. It's actually Prosbiak on his own stream, because Kirk and Friends did like 3 more streams about Swift after this. Prosbiak did like 2 or more streams about Swift after this. They weren't done. Okay, more like Prosba whack, right? They're still not done. But moving on to with this.
Unfortunately, it is time consuming to go to the range. Shooting is a perishable skill, and even if there's one nearby, a range nearby, ammo price.
We'll skip this.
Your caliber specific.
It's an ad.
Way to train, which is why competitive culture, the Barbie movie, and then also, honestly, Taylor Swift and the Taylor Swift fandom. And actually, before we do that, I'd love to go and play. Guys, do we have SOT 2 here? Because this was an ad that we played very recently that I think sums all this up. Right before we bring our guest on, I want to play this. SOT 2, the Taylor Swift political ad.
Breaking news. Women all over Virginia are standing up for freedom, voting to stop Glenn Youngkin and the Virginia legislature from banning abortion. Look what you made us do.
They're so pink.
Look what you made us do. Look what you made us do. The only thing stopping them from banning abortion is you. Vote Democrat. Your legislative leaders matter. This election, keep yourself in power.
This is so woman coded. It's so womanful. Code pink. That's true. That's true, everyone. Be careful. Code pink. It's going crazy. Based. It's great. I hate this aesthetic, but go off, Quins. Listen, this is for the women who love nothing more in their lives, but like outside of being women. They're like, I'm a fucking woman, bro. I'm pinking shit. I'm pinking shit. I don't think it's for a lot of you. A lot of you, it's just not for you. But you're not the demographic that they're targeting here. All right, this is targeting the capital W woman pink. Like I love my uterus. I love my I love my uterus. I love my XX chromosomes type. I love pink. Wearing frilly skirt is in my jeans type shit. Bring your Gia for this. Let's hear her input. For what? Targeting the centrist. This is for like the suburban. So this is for like the suburban moms. The like the like, you know, spinning dress pink college girl, that type stuff. You know. Those type of girls that they want to activate. I don't think it's for you all, honestly. A lot of you girl. The trans girls, you mean? Possibly. Some of them love this stuff.
Evita Duffy from the Federalist joins us now. Evita, they've just named Taylor Swift the that's basically her song that was used for that ad, which is a mix of Taylor Swift and just named Taylor Swift Times Person of the Year. I was out about a month ago. You had a great show where you talked about the Taylor Swift army coming online for the 2024 election. Is this what we're seeing now? Are they activating the Taylor Swift PSYOP?
Yeah, it's not just happening now. This has been happening for pretty much a year. They've been pushing Taylor Swift on us. The corporate media has these articles fawning over her. She's like the greatest thing that's ever happened to humanity. Meanwhile, her music's pretty mid. It's actually somebody actually did a breakdown of her music and the melodies. She's had like the same melody progressions over 20 times, like, over 20 different songs. She's always complaining about the same breakups over and over again in these songs. Jake Gyllenhaal is somebody who she wrote the song All Too Well About, which is like a 10-minute song where she complains about a man that she dated for, no joke, 3 months. This is not a musical mastermind, and yet the media is pushing her on us constantly. And if you say anything negative about Taylor, the media, the Swifties, and Taylor Swift herself will call you a misogynist. And here's why I think that is.
Can you imagine being so triggered by one person telling people to go vote that you spend an entire segment talking about how actually their music really isn't that good, and they're actually like a total loser, and they like date like way too much, and like, bro, she's actually like super mid and she doesn't deserve all of those views. And okay, you get laid too often. All right, buddy, calm down, dweeb, fucking nerd. Ain't nobody asked for your opinion. She's a four. She's a four. It's crazy. Like, calm down, bro. Be normal. Ever think about that? You don't have to make men these days can't even say that they like a girl. They have to spend a 57-minute long stream talking about why they think she's mid. It's crazy. It's crazy. And this voter thing's been something that they've been harping on. Like, they hate it a lot. They hate it a whole lot. I mean, like, this guy, sorry. They hate it a whole lot. I mean, oop, I can't find this. Oh no, I don't have it. No. Charlie Kirk even said that Taylor Swift is going to destroy America by getting people to vote. If that destroys America, then I don't think that what's getting destroyed here is anything worth keeping, because it's not America. It's probably your ideas of stopping people from being able to vote. It's more likely, but yeah, that's what we got going on right there. That's World War Swift. It's actually incredibly sad and very stupid, and completely ridiculous. I mean, like, wait, one last clip, because there's so many clips I can't even play all of them for you.
Maybe they switched her out, like they switched out Avril Lavigne.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, I think she's very alien-esque. I mean, just look at how she functions.
They switched her out.
You think?
Yeah. Okay, buddy. You can just say that you don't like her. You don't have to call her an alien. You can just say that you think she's cute and you wish that she would be yours before all her eggs run out. You know, you don't have to be weird about it. You really don't have to be weird about it. But and unfortunately, they don't know how to talk to human beings anymore. They decide to be weird. How sad. What are they talking about, man? She's a lizard. She's a lizard. Oh, there we go. World War Swift. Good golly. Many things. Many a thing. All right. What else we got here? Oh, we can put this back on. Hey. Mid lizard. You hate it? Don't you hate it when your lizards are mid? Get rid of this. Republicans have made a new movie. I think I'm gonna piss myself. Oh, recently there was like a. Recently it was unearthed that there's a 1,000-page Republican plan that's going around between like Republican like bureaucrats and politicians for behind the scenes what they want to do if Donald Trump wins the presidency in 2024. It's their like plan to destroy America. It's called Project 2025. It's 1,000 pages of everything they want to do to make the world a worse place. They want to ban the abortion pill nationwide. They want to have the CDC start abortion surveillance. They want to reshape the Department of Health with a bill authored by the Heritage Foundation. Oh, they want to bring back like obscenity laws that that ban the circulation of obscene, lewd, or obscene and lewd publications. Basically, they want to enact like full-on Al Qaeda. They want to do Christian Sharia. That was a bit ago, wasn't it? There's a couple of them. There's a couple of them. This is a newer one. Put on death row for leaving a like on Twitter porn. Yeah, that'd be sad. That'd be a sad day. What are you in for? Leaving a like on Twitter porn. Oh my god. Oh, okay. What time is it? It's 10. What to do? I think. Oh, Amy Schumer just got hospitalized again. That's crazy. Rip Rez is true. That's true. Rez Susha would be fucking done for.
This meme is very real.
He might actually never recover from that. Amy Schumer got bodied. She was trying to do a TikTok trend where you like try to slide upstairs wearing socks, and then she fell and hit her head on the railing and then tumbled down the stairs, obviously like a dumbass. And that shit put her geezer ass in the hospital. Goofy ass. It kind of is. I'm sorry. Yeah, she fell down the stairs and blamed Hamas. It was very sad. It was a terrible way to go. Hamas. All right. I think that's all I got for tonight. I think that's all I can cover for tonight. I do have to get up earlier in the. Oh man, I want to cover this story so bad, but I don't have the time or the energy to do it justice because it's so funny. You know that guy on Twitter? His name is Graham Linehan or whatever his name is. Graham Linehan. That guy who like had like an actually good like producer and writing career, but threw it all away to be like a transphobe on Twitter, and then it was so bad he spent his entire life like being transphobic on Twitter. Linehan, is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, Linehan. Ireland shame. Yeah, he like spent his entire life being transphobic so bad to the point where he started to neglect his family, and then his wife divorced him and she took the kids, and so he had more time on his hands to be able to be more transphobic. He said his life has now been destroyed, and I want to go over like the sad shitty fall of this guy's career from once respected Irish writer to shitty transphobic fool who lost it all to say the T slur. It's crazy. Oh, people calling Kefalis a clout gremlin. She's been upgraded from clout demon to clout gremlin. Ooh. Maybe sometime she's going to reach the status to them of a clout potbelly. What's up? Yeah, potbelly goblin. There you go. Kefalis growing stronger. Level 2 clout goblin. Hobgobbo. Hi, hey. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. We talked about it a little bit, but I don't think there's any need. I don't think there's any need to go further than that. In my personal opinion. I want to do a little. You guys know nothing I do is performative. I hope you all know that. Sometimes I think to myself, sometimes I think I wonder, and sometimes I think and wonder if you all even know that nothing I do is actually performative. And I hope you all know, but sometimes I feel like you don't. And so I have to, like, you know, say it again just in case. There we go. Would I die? Yeah, he was mentally broken by the existence of trans women. He saw that a woman could be trans and he fell to his knees. Genuinely collapsed. Oh wait, what happened to Lauren Boebert's district? I saw people talking about Boebert's district. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh no, she's getting bodied in early fundraising. Oh no, it's over. And I think her district actually became more challenging for her to win when she only won by like 30 votes last time. I think it's over for her. I don't think she's ever going to be in Congress again. Oh, look who it is. Little Miss Cutie Patootie decides to bless us with her presence once more. You what? Why are you leaving? You would leave me just like that? You would come here simply to leave? Oh, you're watching anime, huh? Yes. Without me? Oh, I'm what you do the little head movement? What do you mean I'm streaming like that? Like I'm doing something wrong? Yeah, okay. I see how it is. Yeah. Yeah. Women, am I right, guys? You need help? She's got it. She's got it. She's like one of those girls. Black woman jump scare, as always. Don't you roar at me. All right, you can get out. Miss Shark, don't go. Did you hear about Zan and Kefalis starting basically a leftist civil war on Twitter? I saw them arguing with each other, but I'm going to be honest, I didn't see anything that made me want to give a shit, so I didn't. I mean, that's just how I'm gonna have to put it. It's a private matter, really. That's one of the problems that I have, is I feel like private matters become public matters simply because we're content creators and a lot of the stuff we do is public, but like it shouldn't be. Sometimes you should like handle your own shit in private, and I don't need to be a part of it. I don't need to talk about it because that's a you problem. Sometimes it really do be real. A problem between two people that aren't me, and neither of them are me. You know, there's one out of the 8 billion people on planet Earth, there's 2 people in an argument and neither of them are me. I don't feel like I need to be a part of it, honestly. But can you imagine the clout goblin dollars that we could make off of it? Can you even imagine that? No. This cannot be. There's no money here, only pain. Now that's where you're wrong. There's money and pain. That's where you're wrong. Insult someone, shark, start some stupid drama. So true. I have some opinions, but since I'm a sociopath, I'm gonna keep it to myself. All you just got, I don't know. Editor has, I don't know, the editors have their own opinions. The editors have their own opinion. I am not associated with any random opinions an editor may display on the internet. Leftist Twitter beefs feels like listening to an almost divorced married couple arguing over Olive Garden. I feel like almost, okay, here's my thing. I don't want to be a hater and I don't want to like disparage what anybody has been doing or anything, but I am going to say I do feel like a lot of the stuff that gets like posted out there is just nothing that I should like care about. A lot of the problems between two people are not really that big, not really that big of problems. They usually are just like problems that aren't that big, that aren't worth really caring about for other people outside of the two who care a lot about it. Goodness, music, are you okay? Drama frogs in chat? Not really. A lot of it can be handled in DMs. We're just kind of vibing here. That's all I know. My pronouns are I'm vibing. My gender is vibe so hard. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Oh, it's perfect. In my opinion, JJK is peak and it's still going strong. So true. Speaking of that, I've been watching I've been reading Yu Yu Hakusho recently, and it's pretty good. It's kind of old. It feels old, you know. And some of the drawings in Yu Yu Hakusho are, if they were drawn by any other human being than the person who drew them, I'd easily say that they're racist. Like without a doubt, I'd say that they're racist. Like some pictures that like. I was gonna say Horikoshi. That's not Horikoshi. What's the guy who made Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu? I forget his name. That was an H, doesn't it? Togashi. Nah, that's not. That doesn't start with an H at all. Yeah, Togashi. You're right. But yeah, like some of the stuff he be drawing is crazy. I'd be like, good lord. But anyways, it's pretty good. I genuinely like it. Right now I'm at the part where he becomes the detective, and that's just, and I've just started that. He's on, like, he just finished up his first mission. I mean, it's interesting. It feels older though. Like the storytelling and storytelling devices feel older. I'm just not sure if it's gonna like pick up or anything. And they're not bad. They just feel older, right? They just feel like something from like a like a while ago. But I guess maybe it's because it's not as complicated as stories are today. It doesn't mean worse or bad or anything. It's just, not as complicated. There's not as much moving parts or things going on, which I think is interesting. It's an interesting little thing. But yeah. Shoot. And checking anything else. No, I think we're good. I think we're good for the day. I think I'll call that a stream. What do you all think? Anything else important that we need to touch on before we skedaddle? Because I think we've touched on basically everything that we need to. Only I just need to prepare for next stream, I guess. Oh, there's a lot of discourse going on about like Quinton Reviews 9.5 hour long collapse of Sam and Cat video that just dropped. There's people being like, that shit should not be that long. There's no reason why that shit should be so long. I don't think I've ever really watched a Quinton Reviews video in my entire life. That's like the media, that's on media YouTube, which takes up like 90% of YouTube, but is not something that I'm a part of because I don't watch media much. But with that being said, for God's sakes, he makes long videos. If you don't want to watch them, don't. I don't think people are like, guy, I really wish I could watch this video, but it's too long. I can't watch it because it's too long. I want to watch it so bad. I think people were just like, what the fuck? Why is this shit so long? I think that's basically it. Sorry, announcement. I move into my dorm room in a week. Yo, congratulations. I hope everything goes well. Stay safe out there and enjoy your schooling. Enjoy your schooling. He put out like a 6.5 hour. I think there's literally a full day's worth of content that he's made. But he's just, I don't know. For one, he's like a really slow talker, and he talks about like every scene in the whole series for 10 minutes each. And so I don't know if they deserve to be that long. I know people like them, and I guess if you like them, then it deserves to be that long. But I saw one part of the video and he was just like,
this meme is very real.
And he was just like, so I was like, what could be an intermission for this video? And I was like, this video needs an intermission. And I was in chat, I was streaming, and someone in the chat that I was streaming in while I was streaming said in the chat that I should do this for the intermission. And it's a good idea. And so for this intermission, I made it. I made the idea that the person told me in chat that I should make while I was streaming. And so here's the intermission. And then he stared at the camera for 10 seconds and then it changed to the intermission. And I was like, that's crazy. Video probably goes hard though. Can't lie. Oh yeah, before I get out of here, I can't forget to do this. All right, from your blessed, one of the only Christian leftist streamers, I would like to do this for you all right now, since Christmas just passed.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
There you go. Now you have to really, you have to work for it now. You have to work for the forgiveness. Okay. He gave it to you. Now you need to actually activate it. So do what you want with that. Do what you want with that. Thank you, TikTok priest. El Sin. That'd be crazy. El Sin. W forgiveness. But yeah, people were going crazy on that Quinton Tarantino, that Quinton Reviews video that he just dropped. Wild stuff. I know I can't say he seemed like a bad guy, because he just seems like he just seemed like a normal guy making content about stuff he likes. I can't really get on him for that, right? Thanks, no problem, bestie. Glad to help, bestie. Oh, I was trying to find it. Oh no, he's responding to the haters now. Quinton, protect yourself. Quinton, protect yourself, bestie. Aw, nah. Aw, hell nah. It's getting scary out there. Brother, no. Brother, no. Okay. Oh no, Quinton. Okay, so here. Wait, let me show you, cuz he actually responded to some of this while we were streaming. It's interesting. All right? He calls himself the 8-hour victorious guy. That's true. Anyways, here's the clip that I was referring to, where I was like, he was talking real slow, but the video probably went hard. Here's the clip.
Mentioned to the live stream that I didn't have a real intermission idea for this video. And someone in chat had an idea, and they pitched me the idea right there in the Twitch chat. And I was actually convinced. I was convinced that this would be a worthy intermission for this bookend to the series.
True. Punished reviewer burns through review with COVID to get it done for his doting fans.
And so a couple months ago, Hippie Rat and I got into a Discord call and we recorded the following segment.
So hello everybody to a slightly different angle of my regular set, which justifies the fact that this is an intermission.
So yeah, anyways, I was like, that's crazy when I watched that. And then he responded, he was like, I had COVID when I filmed this. I felt really terrible, but I desperately wanted to get the video finished. And so he was like, sorry, it's a little slow, but I needed to get the video done. I don't know how that's exhausting. It's a bit slow. I mean, there's a lot of repetitiveness. It's a little slow, right? But this is the type of stuff that you either put in the background and listen to, or like you put on like 1.5 times speed. This seemed like a 1.5 times speed type video. But I don't know if he just talks like that or something. It's not. I don't think it's too bad. Just to be clear, I'm not agreeing with the poster here who's like, I'm dying listening to this. It's not really exhausting. It's just, you know, some people just talk like that sometimes. I'm dying. Wah! Anyways, the white people on my friends on my Steam friend list are starting to play Lethal Company. That means they've had a good day. You love to see it. I'm happy for them. Anyways, you know what it's time for? It's time for the end of the stream. Love you all Pookies, okay? It's been great. It's been fantastic. It's been amazing. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for subbing. If you sub, once again, if you want to be a part of the membership, if you're a YouTube viewer, you become a member of the channel. Click the join button right next to the subscribe button. And you can be a member for $2.99. Be able to use emotes in the comment section and in chat when we're streaming if you want, and just support the channel. Thank you, my site chat, for being around. I love you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Twitch chat, as well, for keep holding it down on the Twitch front. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Raid. We could do a little. We could do who's streaming right now. Let's give it the lookie. Let's give it the small lookie. Rhizome? Okay. Sounds fun to me. All right. No. Little raid. Boom. On Rhizome. Thank you, Rhizome. Very cool. All right. Love you all. Appreciate you. I'll be live again tomorrow, so make sure to join up for another meme stream. Have a good one.